All right. Hello and welcome. Welcome, everybody. How y'all doing? I'm going to move some stuff around here. Today. God damn it, CIG today. All right. Okay. Let's get to the office, shall we? Hello, y'all. Welcome. Welcome. Is what happening? Is 319 coming out? Yeah, in a couple of days, at the very earliest. I have to look up some of that information, but apparently everyone's losing their mind about stuff. Gotta refresh this to make sure everything's connected. Like, chat's actually working. Oh, what's happening? Oh, I think you said, is it happening? I don't know what you're talking about. Air 1900 with today's PTU patch. I think that's just the way it's going to be. CIG says, damn the bugs, full speed ahead. Now, 1900 error is just a background error. So if you keep trying, you can get in. But yeah. We're talking about TIE fighters tonight. I don't know why you all talk about a TIE fighter. It's not a TIE fighter. It's a TIE interceptor. And it's tiny compared to anything. It's much more like Faye's Red Tail, or like a pod ship from Cowboy Bebop. How many can you fit in a Carrack? One, I think. Two, maybe. The real answer is how many Furies can you fit into a caterpillar? And the answer to that is 8. Four. Does each caterpillar require? Does each Fury take up the entire caterpillar cargo bay? Not really. So for those of you who are, I've heard that people say, oh, it's 4 size 4 guns. No, it's 4 size 2 guns. So it's much more along the lines of a Scorpius turret. Yeah. Oh, you said Grim said 4 in the Carrack. Okay, Grim does the math shit more than I do, so I don't know. So he's probably right. Well, no, Hater doesn't need to QA shit. CIG needs to actually do something about leaks, or if they don't want these sorts of misinformations to come out. CIG has said literally nothing about this shit. They've just showed off an image of what we all assume is the Fury, that CIG has not fully confirmed if it is or not yet. That could be an entirely different fucking ship, for all we know. Furries everywhere. Foxtrot, this is your first time in the Star Citizen community? Because there's a lot of IT professionals in Star Citizen, which means there's a lot of fucking furries in Star Citizen. used to be something that that the community was made fun of a lot, because there's a lot of kind of internet losers in the Star Citizen community. Which is funny, because it's like, oh, internet losers, you mean the people who have fuck tons of money? We're going to see reenactments of X-Wing versus TIE Fighter and new runs in of course, yeah. Scorpius versus Fury, you mean? For any of you furries watching, this is not me attacking you in whatsoever, because if I did, I would lose my job. And I'd also, this whole thing would be hacked and I'd be dead tomorrow. So you don't realize how much of a power they have over the internet. They control everything. While you people were sleeping, they were creating the internet. We're currently up to, with Factor, I heard a noise. I don't know if that was the Factor thing or not. But we're currently up to, I think, 9. Yeah, 9 things with Factor. We're still sponsored with them all the way through next Wednesday, so I'll be talking about it. So you still have until next Wednesday to get 50% off of your first box with Factor. For those of you who don't know what Factor is, let me turn down this volume a little bit because people were saying it was too loud. Too loud. There we go. Factor is, close that down too. Factor is a meal prep service. So it's, if you're somebody like me who often gets home late after work and just don't have the energy or the time or anything really to like deal with people or with cooking, I should say, or go out with people and eat, or you don't want to go out and eat junk food every day, fast food. But you want something that's good. You want something that's good. You want something that's nutritious, something that's quick, something you can eat and not worry about. Well, that's Factor. Factor is pre-packaged meals, which they prepare fresh, like the weekend before they send it out, and then they fridge them. They don't refreeze them. They put them in the refrigerator, and then so they're good for 7 days. They send them out to you the week after, or on Mondays. You get them, and then you can store them. They're good for 7 days. You can have them. All you gotta do is poke some holes in the little cellophane and the little like plastic wrap. Toss it into the microwave, run it for 2 minutes, and it's good. It's done. It's fantastic. I've showed it off a couple times on stream. I myself have been a customer of them in the past. So when they reached out to say, hey, we want to sponsor you. So I was like, yeah, I'm getting paid for it, obviously. But it's something I do actually swear by as a great service. The only problem is it can be a little pricey. But again, with my code that you can use right now, you hit !Factor, you get 50% off of your first box. So it's like a donation to me on top of that. So if you want to help out the stream and you want to get some good food, try it out. !Factor in chat. Hey, do you eat food? Then try Factor. Hey, a lot of people don't have time to cook, all right? Don't have time to cook, don't have the energy or the skill or the know-it-all or even the space to cook. They're fantastic meals for lunch too, because the temptation for lunches, especially when you're working in offices or kind of more independent places, like places where you pace yourself. When you get to lunchtime, you're often tempted to go like, I'm going to go out and get some food. It's like instead you could just nuke this and you'll be fine. It's really good food for that. I'm getting paid, yeah, and every time someone gets a Factor box, I get $50. So, I mean, like I said, it's a product I swear by. And everyone who has gotten Factor from this whole thing, they've told me, and in this chat, they've said, it's really good. Like, I was surprised when I first tried it before they reproached me. I'd been trying it for a month. I was like, wow, this is actually pretty good. And it's only like the ones that I've had were only like 500 calories per thing, and it was pretty filling for 500 calories. It doesn't seem like that because it's kind of it's pretty small, but it's good. Hey, Rubber Boss. Yeah, it's a fantastic thing. So if you're somebody who's like, hey, I want to try this out, maybe you heard it from somebody else, or you've seen other people promote it. Maybe you want to try it try it to see if it's good for you. Well, you get 50% off of that. So if you get something that's like $100, now it's only $50, and you get meals for several meals. I think for $100 you can get like 12 meals. I think so. You're getting 12 meals for like $50-$60, and it's like a donation as well because some of that's going to go to me. Do Factor deliver to the UK? I believe they have a branch in the UK, but I don't think my code works with the one in the UK. I think it's on the US. It's been good. Lots of veggies too. Yeah, good veggies, good meats, a good variety of meats: chicken, beef, pork. You can get fish in some of them if you want to. Shrimp. So. Dense, compact, healthful food, filling, and relatively nutritious. Yeah. With grocery prices rising, it might be a good deal for some people. It might be too. Do they come in reusable Tupperware? They do not. It is disposable ware. It's like a plastic kind of thing. Thank you for that follow. Wouldn't Mirai make more sense as a pure racing brand? Not necessarily. A lot of people brought up that Ford has a division that deals with just future technologies. I think Toyota does as well. I think a lot of car companies do. I think it was started by Ford. Ford started the trend, and a lot of other companies jumped onto it. But it makes sense to have subdivisions, right? Because Misc itself, its lore actually has... It's built out of divisions. Like Misc has Misc High, which is heavy industries. Misc Heavy Industries is the thing that most things go by. And then there's another one, which is more, I think it's called Civilian Industries or something like that. There's another division of Misc that is similar to Misc High, but it's designed for civilians. So like the whole is released under the Misc High brand. So is the Starfarer. So is the, what is the other one? The Endeavor. Those are all Misc High brands. But the Reliant and the Freelancer are Misc kind of civilian. So Honda, Acura. I think AMG or Polestar. Chrysler, SRT. Yeah. Yeah, it has two divisions. So now they have a new division, which is the Mirai division, which is their future tech division.
Spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
I'll get it, Crap Marmor, just hold on.
Ever. Take away my space game.
I don't do parties here, do I? No, I don't. I don't have the party set up here. It's okay. But I decided to set this up.
Ovi's Pub has subscribed.
Ovi's Pub, thank you so much for becoming a very important pubber, very impressive pisser, very good pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Mirai is Japanese for future, yeah. And for those who don't know, Misc is Musashi Industrial Starflight Concern. It's a Japanese brand. What did Cat March Archmage ask? I didn't see that. Do sub-anniversaries show up now? They should show up, yes. So what other subsidies would make sense? RSI got a few. It would be interesting to see if they can come up with. Yeah, I mean, you could easily come up with Anvil has two. They've got the civilian and they've got the military. Drake would make sense to come up with a couple different versions, like a Drake commercial versus Drake Drake would have Drake Frontier and Drake Commercial or Executive. There we go. Drake Executive brand. The Drake luxury brand. Crusader does need a sub-brand. They definitely do for all their combat vehicles, because that's not Crusader at all. Think it subbed up. It should come out. Yeah, AstroPub, what would Mirai stand for since it's all capitalized? Something with aliens since the Razor and the Fury are incorporated in the Geon tech? No, it's actually Japanese. Mirai is Japanese for future. And you even have Japanese kanji, I think, on there as well. So I came to here to talk about Crusader. We need more ships in general. You don't want to hear me, terrible bishop. Terrible bishop. You don't want to hear my my thoughts on Crusader. Crusader has fantastic lore that CIG tossed into the wood chipper because it was rule of cool. Hey, Max. So it's called the Future Fury? Yeah, kind of to a degree. I could see Drake having sub-brands. I could see, I mean, Origin has its racing team. So Origin having a racing brand would make sense. It's a luxury brand, and then probably it's like big luxury brand. What do you have to say about my favorite manufacturer? Just watch a video the other day on Founder. The first one or the like hour-long one? Because there's one that's just on him, and then there's one that's the sequel to that one, which talks about the rise of Crusader, and then the last one, which is talking about the I call it the fall of Crusader, or the rise of the Nine Tails, because of how the Nine Tails kind of punked Crusader for a long time. The issue with Crusader's lore is that Crusader makes a lot of sense until they start producing military vehicles. Because Crusader's whole shtick is not necessarily pacifism, but built around the concept of heavy freight and industry. They don't actively participate in combat. They might support combat, but that's kind of they're more of a support role. So like the Ares just comes out of left fucking field. Like, what the fuck is this? This is just a fighter. It was built because Crusader was the hot shit. Everyone wanted to see Crusader, and they were making the Crusader design language and said, let's just make a Crusader A10. So, hey, listen, I am never going to shut the fuck up about that until they fix it. It doesn't make any sense to me, not unless Crusader itself is also starting to become more militaristic, if they're starting to get military contracts and other things like that. Monstrous! I gotta set up the...
Monstratus just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for that gifting those 5 subs there, Monstratus. You were very important, Papa. Very impressive, Professor. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Did you hear that sentence? The MobiGlas should go into the deep of hell. No, the Crusader sub-brand should be called the Templar. Let's be honest here, Omega. It should be called the Templar. They should have 2 brands. They should have 3 brands. They should have their commercial brand, which is the just commercial. They should have the Hospitaller brand, which is the kind of the Spirit and those other ones, and then they should have the Templar brand, which is all of their military or more combat oriented stuff. That makes sense with their naming convention of Crusader. Or the M2 is the main design for the Hercules. Does that give them the historic military presence? They do, but remember the M2 is not the A2. It doesn't drop bombs. It's a transport. It has guns on it, but it's not a frontline, gunship like the A2 is. It's designed to transport troops, material, and cargo, with troops, material, and to the front lines. Yeah, I don't think you should put Maltese crosses on them, that's for sure. But The naming convention, like CIG's never shied away from stuff like that. They wouldn't have named an entire brand Crusader, you know, without knowing the drawbacks of it. If they want to go into Crusaders as changing company, where it's becoming more violent, then that's a fantastic allegory for Crusader becoming more violent. Yeah, so the Gemini is the Aegis Misc collaboration because Misc is bad at talking to people. Misc is a introverted developer. They like to give you a concept of how gigantically nerdy Misc is. They do not do any new project without doing at least 10 years of intense research and surveys on trends. Like, they risk releasing ships which will not actually meet the trends because they take so long to study the trends. Like, Drake will just go, hey, looks like it's kind of cool. Let's just do it. Because that's how Drake rolls. Anvil is more focusing on what the military wants. Same with Aegis. RSI has its own kind of trying to set the trends. Misc is looking for the trends and trying to statistically analyze the trends before they go forward. So the idea of where was that? Where did I see that? I saw that earlier. The idea that like they tried to use that technique with the military. And they're like, hey, military, we know you have a problem with logistics. We've done the math. Here it is in our 300 pages of research. We have the Starfarer, which is the best of its class in terms of refueling. Why don't we work together and we'll make you a military refueler. And the military just took one look at it, spit on it, unzipped their pants, peed on it, then threw it in a fire and said, get the fuck out of here. Because they literally, I mean, not exactly that, but they literally just looked at it and said, denied, stamp, out. And the military, the Misc was like, but we did the math. And the military was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't know who you are. Get the fuck out. So they realized the reason why they weren't getting anywhere with the military was because they had to, they didn't know anyone. So they went to Aegis and said, hey, Aegis, you want to make some money? And Aegis was just like, yeah. And so they just said, hey, this is our idea for a refueler. If you work as a joint venture, if you just put your name on this and we know your contacts, you just talk to your contacts about it, we'll pay you some money for it. They're like, sure. So that's why it's called an Aegis ship. It's just a Misc ship with Aegis branding. That's all it is. They didn't even do anything. Misc did all the upgrades. Aegis was just like, we are the name on it so the military will buy it. It is how we talk. It's got Aegis engines. I think it still has Misc engines. It just has Aegis branding on it. Yeah. Basically, Aegis knew how to talk to the military, so the military was willing to work with Aegis, but not with with Misc, which is so funny. Hey Arthur, hey Vinticor. Can you explain all this in football terms? I'm so lost. God damn. All right, I'm going to try to do this for Lisa Simpson Liberal, because I know they're an American, so they only understand football and beer. They tried to trade their star quarterback to another team, but the other team didn't know who they were because they were in the different division. So they worked with another team they traded their star quarterback to another team in order for them to trade that quarterback to the team they wanted to trade it to so that they could get some money. There you go. There you go, Lisa Simpson Liberal. Hopefully that makes sense. Those of you who don't know, the reason why Crusader is called Crusader is has nothing to do with the religious connotations of it. I mean, a little bit. The lore does have a little bit of it. But the reason why Crusader is called Crusader is because it was named in honor of Tony Z's big game. Tony Z made the Crusader series. Crusader, Crusader No More Remorse, all of those. So that's why Crusader was named Crusader. It was named after Tony Z's thing. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a Freelancer is named after the game The Freelancer. No, he's still working. I don't know where these rumors keep coming from that Tony Z isn't working for CIG anymore. He is still working for CIG. Last I could tell on his LinkedIn, he's still working for CIG. Yeah, Anvil's named after Digital Anvil, which is the company that Chris founded to make Freelancer. And then Origin Systems, which is the original company that Chris and Tony worked for to make games, which was where Wing Commander was made and such, is where Origin comes from. RSI is just named after himself. Chris named himself after it. Named it after himself. Don't tell me the Gladius was named after a short sword. Listen. Listen. Yeah, lots of ships are named after World War II fighters and so on and so forth. I keep saying this. Tony Z has been placed in his den for hibernation. Once he comes out, post 319 Live, if he sees his shadow, we get Q1 2024 release of Pyro. Like I said before, Tony is a myth, capital M. What do you mean? We've seen him live. He was doing a presentation, I think last CitizenCon, wasn't he? Trick of the Light. He was just on SEL. No, I don't think he was. The latest one didn't have Tony. That was Todd Pappy, who's different. He's not a myth. I have games on my shelf he made. Yeah. The A-15 Gladius was a ship in Wing Commander. Okay, there we go. That makes sense too. We don't let Tony out very often. See, Daddy, to be fair, Tony doesn't escape his hovel, his abode, his mansion very often. Like I said, if we just put Tony Z and Chris Roberts in the same room for an hour, we'd know the entirety of all of the planned gameplay features for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. We would know everything we'd ever want to know about the game. Prediction for 319 Live drop next Wednesday. His dungeon, his lair. I like Todd Pappy. He has strong opinions on the current MobiGlas. That it's dog shit. We've seen him the same way people saw Jesus after he rose from the dead. Now he's ascended to heaven. Oh, be careful, Andrew. You're going to upset some people in chat. and should die in a fire. The current MobiGlas is hot shit. It's just garbage. All right. So for those of you who are wondering, a MobiGlas should look like this. I can pull up in my front page here, and you can see like just various apps and stuff like that there. I should be able to customize my MobiGlas with apps that I actually give a shit about. And the only thing that should be on the MobiGlas is stuff that's absolutely needed, and maybe backup stuff, but the problem is the MobiGlas is the star map. And CIG has already been very clear in most of their monthly reports. I haven't seen Star Citizen Live fully yet, so I don't know if they said this. They probably did. That they want to try to remove as much things off of the MobiGlas as possible and into the game. Because it's a lot more fun when you're interacting with a gameplay element and not on your fucking smartphone. Like, no one wants to play Star Citizen, play a game, to play on your smartphone. I'm sorry. What was it? Sleeping Dogs? No, it wasn't Sleeping Dogs. It was the hacking one where you hack things with your smartphone. Tony Z requires a call from Zeus to fight a Perseus. No, there shouldn't be a map on the MobiGlas. There should be an ARC star map that you should be able to access the ARC on your MobiGlas. Watch Dogs, thank you. I'm sorry, Watch Dogs. Yeah, but there's a reason why that game didn't do so well, or neither did its sequels, because a lot of people don't want to play a game where you stare at your smartphone. Yeah, it's based off the same idea. MobiGlas is, like, the actual lore behind MobiGlas is that it's basically Apple. They don't just make MobiGlasses, they make a bunch of other stuff. MobiGlas is just their most popular product, but they also make AR technologies, which is what was around before the MobiGlas. Same with like pads and stuff like that. It was a MobiGlas mod, actually. Not an app, but yeah, it's like a modification, like an upgrade. Hey, Deep Light. The sim pods. Yeah, they also make the sim pods. We have a full lore thing. Someone actually asked in one of the comments in the recent lore videos, I said, hey, Paul, could you do a full video on the MobiGlas? I'm like, I'd like to do that. That's actually kind of fun. The lore video that's going to be released on Saturday is for the Prospector, Pokey, and then the one that's going to be released next Saturday, the Saturday of Invictus, is going to be maybe even Wednesday before Invictus if I can get it out, just the way I don't have to worry about trying to compete with Invictus news. Is going to be on all of the squadrons of the UEE. The history, the lore of all of the squadrons of the UEE, which isn't that much, so it'll probably cover about 10, 20 minutes. If you look at the factory line, it implies we'd be buying mods and upgrades beyond the different color straps soon. I think that's definitely something that CIG wants to do in the future. Like, almost certainly. They want to be able to have different mods. There are already two different versions of the MobiGlas. The one we have right now is the standard version of the MobiGlas. Then there's an Explorer's version of the MobiGlas, which is a hardened version. And then there's one that's the military has, that they issue this military issue, which is the one you get in Squadron 42. You're talking about the Black Crows? Man, I love the Black Crows. Black Crows are the most evil version of Squadron 42. They get absolutely punked on, fucked up all the time. And they are the best unit. I would love to see CIG, after they do the Squadron 42 trilogy, do just a single side story in the Black Crows. That would be fantastic. It's like the grimdark version of Squadron 42. For those of you who don't know who the Black Crows, Squadron 214, they basically have been just getting their ass kicked repeatedly for years. And by them getting their ass kicked, I mean everyone else around them gets their ass kicked. And they got to pull all their fucking asses out of the fire. They've killed countless numbers of capital ships. They have saved like hundreds, if not thousands of lives, probably millions of civilian lives. They volunteered to stay back behind multiple times to cover retreats for against the Vanduul. They basically got activated right when the Vanduul showed up, and they've been on the front lines of the Vanduul ever since. So because humanity really hasn't had a lot of W's against the Vanduul, the Black Crows have been served nothing but L's. But they personally have never lost. Like, they're really good at their job. But they constantly, every battle they fight, they lose because of other people. So it's like, wow, that sucks. Thank you, Lycan. They're based off of the Black Sheep Squadron from World War II. It's the same squadron number 2. It's like Squadron 214 for the Black Sheeps. So that would be like a cool sort of story, a one-off story of flying, being a pilot in the Black Crows, where you're constantly getting, like, you win, but you always lose. Like, you win a battle, but you always lose. You always got to retreat, even though you're winning. Being Black Crow is like being a top laner in a league when your bottom lane goes 0-22. Yeah. And why is the game not Squadron 214? Because Squadron 42 is much more of a prestigious squadron. They're like the best of the best of the best. Like they've stopped multiple Vanduul invasions. They were the heroes of the Second Tevaran War. Like, they're just really, really good. They're like the best pilots in the UEE. So they also don't play by the rules. Also, yes, because 42 is a joke. It's a joke. The amount of people I've seen complaining, like, Star Citizen is not interesting because its lore is just stolen bits of other lore. It's like, no, those are all just homages. Like, there's a giant sandworm that lives on what is the name? I can't remember the name of the planet. Lear, thank you. Lear 3. But the sandworm, Lear 3 is not Arrakis. Like, yes, there are no sand nomads that live there, but it's more like if you took the sandworms out of Dune, and made it so that there was nothing on Arrakis, and then also took the story of Tremors and slapped it on top of the sandworms from Arrakis, and then you have yourself Lear 3. Also, there are flying bugs that look like nightmares that eat shit. That's where the blind Oni crabs come from. Like, is the sandworm like the sandworm from Dune? Yes, of course it is, because why not? But it's not the sandworm from Dune, because, like, fucking spice doesn't exist in the Star Citizen universe. It doesn't even matter. Tremors is such a good movie, and the show was so underrated itself. I used to watch the show. That's good. It's good. It was always good entertainment. You're not going there for much depth in terms of drama or storytelling, but you get some decent fun out of it. Hot damn, that Fury just looks like a hammerhead turret with engines on it. Yeah? Does it mean we get Space Kevin Bacon? Yes, but only on Lear 3. I mean, yeah, all sandworms are the sandworm from Dune, because the sandworm from Dune, it's the original sandworm. All right, let's pull up the some pictures of the Misc Fury real quick. Muad'Dib! Atreides! Mirai Fury, whatever. Wow, there's only like 2 shots of it. Guess I'll have to pull up the... Actually, you know what? I have a downloaded version. That should pull it up. Nope, that's not it. I'll just pull some up real quick. I'm looking forward to the lore behind it. Because if you look at the lore behind Saisei gets constantly, and I mean constantly punked. Like all the time. They get dunked on by forces all the time. So the fact that they're finally no longer getting punked. We're done being messed with. I can find it. I can find it. Someone found a very nice version that has like the video and everything. There we go. I'm gonna mute it. All right. Why you do this? Is it the Invictus Hall right now? Did they start? Are they doing the actual straight up like touring right now? I don't think it's flyable. God damn, that's a lot of missiles. It's so funny looking. Well, can you get access to the Invictus Hall? That's the question. It's a very small ship. That ship is tiny. Which is funny because I remember when people were trying to argue that nothing. People were trying to argue that it could have a backspace. And myself and other people were like, no, this thing doesn't have a backspace. It's a fighter. It has an EVA animation. There's no way that's going to happen. So for those of you who don't know, this isn't just a one-off. I believe this is the test, like sort of like a test proof of concept, I guess, for new thruster tech. There's new thruster tech that they were going to use for some ships. which is designed to allow for the thrusters to also be maneuvering thrusters. So then, like, the main engines to be maneuvering thrusters, which is something that the Xi'an tech is really designed around. But they wanted to use it in other ships as well for more fine control for ships, to kind of really differentiate between the two. And I think that that's what this was. This is them messing around with that concept and being like, hey, let's just make a ship out of it. A prototype, yeah. The Tana's supposed to have it. The Legionnaire is supposed to have it. What else is there? Yeah, that's wonder if this is the callback to the old. This might be the callback to the stiletto. This is basically what the stiletto was. This is the stiletto, if anything. For those of you who don't know, the stiletto was basically just a modern day space capsule with machine guns strapped to it. And that's what this looks like. Anything with VTOLs that move, yeah. Tree's the one who found out a lot of this stuff as well, but you can also look through some of the monthly reports they talk about this. Basically the VTOL technology, the stuff that they're using with thrust vectoring and not thrust vectoring, the curves, the engine curves. They want to do this sort of thing. Well, my thought is if they're calling this a bomber, that means that you might be able to put bombs on the wings. It does have guns. This is just the bomber version of it. You can either have 4 size 2 missiles or 8 or 16 size 2 missiles or 4 size 2. Oh, wait. 16 size 1 missiles or 4 size 2 guns. I'd basically be a Grot rocket at this point, yeah. The other pic? I don't see the other pic. Someone wants to post another picture? Oh, here we go. This is the Base Fury. Looks like it still has missiles on it, but it just has like 1. It's literally the Misc version of the Talon and Talon Strike, basically. It's a tiny ship. I don't think it docks, it lands. It's a snub fighter. It's a mosquito fighter. It's a parasite fighter is what it is. It's likely going to be in $80 to $90, I think. There's no way that this is going to be $60. This is too much firepower for $60. This is about the same amount of firepower as the Aurora LN has. Now, to be fair, the Aurora LN also has a quantum drive, but still, CIG doesn't give a shit about the. They don't price things based off of the components. Generally speaking, they price things based off of the weaponry. I think this is slightly better than the Aurora LN, actually, because the Aurora LN has 2 size 2s and 2 size 1s. So if the Aurora LN is like $65, $70, this is going to be between $70 and $80. It has no quantum drive on it. Yes. But it has a lot of guns. Hey, Dr. Gerald. If it's more than $50, it's a complete ripoff based off of no QT. All ships are a ripoff. Don't buy ships with money, because it'll be in game to purchase with in-game cash in 320. No one needs this ship. It is just a pod with guns strapped to it. It actually has more. I think it has more guns than the P-72. Because the P72 has 4 size 1s, not 4 size 2s. But I feel that need to a bubble with guns. I don't think it has a hard dock, does it? I think those are just component bays in the back. No, I think it's just the engines are deployed in this one. If you undeployed the engines, if you put them into landing mode, I think it will just rest on its bottom wings. It'll be free in game in 3020. Yes, exactly. No, all ships are purchasable in game within 2 patches or within the patch after it releases. So if this releases in 319, then in 320 it'll be free. Not free, but it'll be in game for you to purchase. How many do you reckon could fit in a Hercules? How many Ursa rovers can you fit into a Hercules? That many. It's about the same size as an Ursa. That's the other thing. CIG knows that people will buy it because of an LTI token. So they'll sell it for between $70 and $80. Guaranteed. I think it's $70 is the sweet spot for this. $75. They'll probably sell it for cash war bond for 65, and it'll be 75 for everything else, or 70. I don't think this is an underwater ship. It won't be more than an Arrow, but an Arrow is $90. It's got about half the health of an Arrow, though. Look up the price of the Arrow. Standalone $75. So I think it'll be $70 with a cash war bond 65. Then why are you here, Noah? If you think people are insane for liking a game, why are you in the game? Why are you following it? It's fine. I know I'm insane. Paul Arrow 75. Yeah. Gladius is 90. I do think that this is CIG is gonna charge you $70 for this. Easy. Because people buy it at $70. Can it fit in my yes, it can fit in your Freelancer Max. That's how compact this thing is. It's being worked on. We're going to be talking about it later. $10 years ago? You've literally not seen anything for Star Citizen for 10 years. And yet you say it's mad people or people who follow it. My dude, it sounds like you just want to fuck around. Which is fine, but you can fuck around somewhere else. I just don't have patience for those people. Just as the hands down, which is like, you come into a chat where it's like, hey, I'm going to talk shit about the game you're playing. I'm like, why do you care? Why do you care? There are fantastic games out there. You live in an era where you have more games coming out on any given day or in any given year, I should say, not even any given day, but than there has ever been in the history of mankind. Board games, tabletop RPGs, video games for various different consoles. Why do you give a shit? Yeah, there's no QT in this thing. Not to mention a bunch of older games that people just haven't played or just haven't got a chance to. High intercepted, very much. So that's why I just don't have patience for that kind of shit. It's like you want to go somewhere else. Go enjoy, Mike's content or fucking any other content creators out there who will sit there and have conversations. I don't want to have that conversation. I just want to enjoy the game, man. It probably is just Citizen Scott, who just got butthurt because he got banned. So he's just trying to come back with a bunch of different alts because he has no life. Because he has no life and can't get laid because he's a red pillar. Because they get emotionally attached still. I don't fucking know why. That's not a healthy thing. It's just not a healthy thing to do. Oh, Victoria. I actually meant to show this as well. Hopefully it shows up. The postal worker gave me shit. Who says like, you should not check your box for a month. I'm like, I was here 2 weeks ago, dude. Y'all didn't have it. I had the other one too. Yeah, I'll show that one off too. What's my issue with red pill content? It's funny to laugh at. That's my issue, D Polite. Thank you, Victoria. Victoria painted those. So, gotta hang them somewhere. Invisibles, yeah. Were you the one who got me the photo studio? Because yes, I did. It's almost a carbon copy of one I had. I know you probably saw me saying like I need to be able to do that. I just need to be able to paint better. Oh yeah, I'll show you all that too. It's not my best work. For those of you who don't know, I do model painting, mini painting as a hobby. I'm not a professional. I'm still learning in many ways. I recently started my Space Marine army because if you play Warhammer 40K, you have to have Space Marines. So kind of hard to see the logo, but not Salamanders needs improvement. I think it's going to be 65 for Warbond and 70 for not. If it's less than that, I'll be happy. But I don't think CIG has the restraint to not overcharge for that because they've overcharged for everything they've done. I run Sisters instead. I have that. Hey, thank you for that $4.99. Did you get the AstroPub pins? Arthur, I looked. You told me to go look for it, and it didn't come in. I actually went to go pick up that and the other ones and didn't show up. Thank you for this.
Super chatted $4.99. Speaking of, did you get AstroPub beans?
When were they supposed to come in? Because I checked last Friday, and they weren't there. Oh, my kingdom for a chainsword. Yeah. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying there, Vienna Octurne, that this is designed to be attached to hulls, to like the whole grids, to be used as snub fighters for that. Is Paul from Australia? Nope. I am from the United States of America. I live in Texas. I live in the not Texas part of Texas, which is Austin, Texas. But I've lived in Nashville, Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, and I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I've been all over I've been all over the United States in 3 different states, living in 3 different states. Cowled Warden's Marines? No, I mean I took the symbol because I thought it was cool, but no, that's I'm reusing the symbol. I'm thinking of getting a custom printout of that, but with white wings and the white skull rather than just the black wings. But they're supposed to be the Raven's Eye is the name of the chapter. It's a custom chapter. Is Paul from Stanton? Yeah. The Nog with its famous scam waterfall? What? I'm confused by that. United Counties of Texas. Can anyone see the NPC piloted Furies patrolling the skies of places like New Babbage or Lorville? I could see it. I could see them as like enforcement ships, like local security ships. No, I mean that's not official, y'all. That they're going to attach the whole series. That's what people are theorizing, is that they're designed to attach to the whole series to turn the hulls into pocket carriers. Oh, Ruby Falls. Yeah, it is a tourist trap. See, babe at altar. Come to Ruby Falls. Ruby Falls is great. I never heard it called the Nog. I was only there for 4 years, so I didn't know a lot of that stuff. We just called it Chattanooga. The people I was around with, because I was in college around there, so it was we just called it Chattanooga, Chattahoochee, you know. I have Nougat. Nougat. Are you from that area, Sable? There's Ruby Falls and there's Wonder Cave. Both of them are giant scams. They're fun though. People expect pilots to EVA out of the whole sea to get into their ships during combat. Yeah, they do, Demir, and I think they're insane. Especially with new EVA tools in the future. Oof, it's gonna be a lot harder. I'm from GA, but I've only referred to it as Nog teasingly. Well, there is Chattanooga, Georgia, so it is. There is the city on the other side of the border. So it could probably fit in an A or B. Yeah, almost certainly could fit 2 of them in an A. It's about that size. It's the size of a about the same size as a Ursa. It's an Ursa rover, so it can fit wherever an Ursa rover is. The size of your mom. Yeah. Where are we gonna get bag boots like the Expanse? So they talked about it, then they said they weren't going to do it, but they were going to simulate it with thrusters, and now they're working on a whole new EVA system, so it's hard to tell. My guess is that we probably will in some way, shape, or form, but it's going to be after they work on the EVA, which is they talk about it in the Squadron 42, how they're constantly, like, they're working on that. That thing is almost done. By almost, I mean, by the end of the year, we'll probably see it be finished for Squadron 42. Hey, Lols McPhee. We're going to be a little bit longer tonight than we were for yesterday, but if you want to check it out, Beyond the Verse, which is a podcast that just started up a couple months ago, they invited me on to talk to, Solus invited me on to talk about Star Citizen stuff with them and lore and such. So if you like lore stuff, we talked about Invictus, the history of Invictus, that kind of stuff. It's only an hour and a half, so it's a little restrictive, but yeah. I think the Valkyrie supports a Ursa, so yeah, it could almost certainly fit in a Valkyrie. It was a great show. Thank you. I saw the leaks of the Storm. I don't know if that's legitimate or not. It could be, but I don't know where they got it from. It looks funny. It looks very futuristic. It looks like something straight out of Terminator, but you know, or like a typical sci-fi movie. It's small, but it's got those 4 tracks, those independent suspension tracks. It's got that Scorpion suspension from Halo, which is god awful. Officer, what are you hauling? Space trucker. Destruction. No, Jordan, the answer is the fury of the gods. The Furies. In your heaviest Norwegian accent, the Furies. Grim got it from the Holosuite data? Okay. I saw someone post it up online on a site. I didn't recognize the name of where the 3D render was from, the person who put it on there. That may just be Grim's account where he put it up there, but... What don't you like not being able to put your tracks on the back on? What, you don't like not being able to put your tracks back on? Yeah. Yeah, it's like Batman stuff. Can we get like actual artillery? Eventually. I don't think it's an artillery platform. I think it's just a light tank. I too look forward to the day that we have aggressive creatures roaming around, because so many people will find out the hard way that whip crabs look like rocks. Objective survive. I will say this, there's enough references to artillery existing in the verse that CIG has to have an idea that they want to make it. The question becomes, how? So... Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Pappy. I'll do a short lore video on them. I don't think it'll do very well, but you know, covering the Fury and the Storm if they come out, if we have any kind of information about them. But the Storm looks like it has more lore than the Fury does right now. Sulin, yeah, but that's not going to be coming out until Alien Week. They wouldn't release the Sulin during Invictus because Invictus is themed around the UEE military, so they wouldn't have alien technology as part of the UEE military. It's kind of like having weapons made by like Iran used by the US military. Wouldn't happen. Kind of concept, yeah. Show us the supposed storm? Sure. Pull up some of the people have been posting about it. Checking my Discord had a bunch of links for it. It was posted on Sketchfab by Zyka. See how well this works. This is not the best quality, but yeah, so it's taken forever to. Get out of the. I'm trying to open this up in a different browser because that's probably the issue. For some reason, I turn off when I have hardware acceleration. It causes my main screen to flicker too much, so I just instead of trying to fuck around and figure that out, I just use a different. I'm gonna change my browser settings. I only use you for this. There we go. It looks almost like a toy. My issue with it. The topic of tomorrow's Captain's Table is going to be Assault Fest because it's going to be Star Citizen playable. Is Star Citizen playable? Because we've got Hey, It's Nick and HC Vertigo, and nobody else wanted to be on. So it's like, cool, we're just going to talk about the salty shit. Yeah, it looks like an RC toy from 2011. Yeah. But it has too smooth of lines. If the lines were a little bit more chunkier, if they were a little bit more defined, a little bit harsher, I think it would look something similar to like Rheinmetall. I can't remember the name of it. The company, the main armor manufacturer of Germany, or like German or Norwegian or Swedish, like those sorts of. They have a very distinctive look to their Rheinmetall? Okay. I don't know German, so. Yeah, it's very wide. Paul sent help. Because, like, this is, it is almost that design. This does not look like something you would see the Russians make or the Americans make today. But the Nova is very similar to that sort of design. So if they're using that sort of design language as to kind of define it, this looks nothing like the Nova. But they were built around the same time. Like, they should look similar, but they don't. So this looks like they just went rule of cool and said, fuck it. That's the reason why I'm a little hesitant to say, like, yeah, this is definitely it. So. And the description says, originally introduced in 2606 during the Second Tavaran War, the Temporal Storm single-operator mini-tank was built to blitz battlefields and take out enemy artillery. Reimagined from the ground up to be faster, stronger, and more impactful than ever, the latest Storm is a true force of nature, well-suited to the frenetic landscape of modern warfare. I wasn't expecting more of a light tank from PlanetSide 2. Huh. Very anime manga, yeah. It almost looks like something you'd see in like a Gundam series. Which makes sense. That's where it was built. It was built in Saisei, which is, Japan, space Japan, basically. Looks like someone watched Dark Knight before making it. It's cool looking. It just doesn't make sense for being a Tumbril. I could see Misc making it, or, not Anvil, but maybe Consolidated Outland would make it something like that. So, do you think this will carry those cluster bombs? Nope. I think Execute is reaching so hard that his back is breaking with the naming conventions. Because quite frankly, CIG even admits themselves, they're terrible at naming things. They are not good at the naming conventions. They are very, very bad at it. So the idea that the Storm bomb is the same thing that goes with the Storm is... No, it's not going to happen.
Silky Z68 tipped $5.
Thank you so much for that $5 there, Silky Zed. How you doing, buddy? Gray Cat Tank? Maybe. I think it's much more of a Consolidated Outland. I could see that because Consolidated Outland has like its style is whatever the fuck they feel like. So that kind of fits with that. That's almost certainly the new bomb for the A2 because it says size 5 bomb, which is what the bomb that they made for the A2 was. So. Listen, I wouldn't have Execute any other way. He reaches super hard, which is fine. We need those sorts of calls. That's one of the reasons why Info Runners is a community effort. It's not one person. We're all very different in our opinions. And one of these days, X is going to be right about those naming conventions, and I'll be like, cool. I think it sort of looks like today's like unmanned tank killer drones. Kind of has that feeling to it. Yeah, the A1's getting, I think it's that, yeah, the size 5 bombs. The Nova tank was meant to have weird energy missiles that were meant for ground targets. I think that's what they just have different missiles in them for right now. We need Execute energy. It brings that energy. Yeah, that energy, yes. Personally, I'm hoping that CIG releases the Marines Multi-Purpose Assault Vehicle, I think is what it is, MPAU or AV, or it's like Ground Rapid Assault Vehicle, RAV, which was the base, which is what the Ursa is based off of. So like the Ursa is the civilian version of a military Marine transport. So it'd be nice to see that since we're getting the links. It would be nice to see that variant of the Ursa come out too. Something that just pulls out all of the bullshit. Like no luxury. You get a bucket seat and a piss tank. Like good luck. No bulkhead between the drivers and the people executing. You have 4 walls and 6 wheels. Good luck. No, the Gladiator is size 5 torpedoes, but in theory it could carry size 5 bombs if you could swap out the torpedo bays with bomb bays. So you want Drake to make it? No, I want all of that niceties to be dropped out so that the entire thing is armored to shit and back. The thing would take a straight up shot from a Nova and keep going kind of thing. I also want a proper tracked IFV. I want more tracked vehicles in Star Citizen. Yeah, there's some early images, concept images of them being able to mount torpedoes on the wings, but that was removed from the game as far as I know. To be fair, the Gladiator needs a massive overhaul. It needs a deep dive, refix, reimagining. It needs the F7A experience. For those who don't know, the Hornet came out It was one of the earliest ships that they made, and then they redid it, and then they redid it, and now they've recently redid it as well to a brand new standard. And we need something like that for the Gladiator, because the Gladiator needs some love. It needs some love that it's just not getting. It's one of those things where that ship is far more badass than it has any any right to be. Like, its lore, its story, it's such a fucking mean ship in lore. Like, it's terrifying in lore what that thing can do. But in game, it's hot ass. So the thing is that I know a lot of people kind of shit on it because it's a size 5 torpedo. Be like, oh, size 5 torpedoes don't do anything. Yes, civilian size 5 torpedoes don't do anything. Apparently, that motherfucker can carry antimatter torpedoes. Size 5 antimatter torpedoes. When you need the sun to exist in another location. When you want to fuck something up and everything on the same continent. When you want to commit a war crime and you want to make sure there's no survivors or witnesses. It needs a maneuverability buff. It needs a redesign. It needs to be able to carry bombs. It needs to be able to carry rockets. It needs to have its modularity for its internal bay to internal bay. It needs better than size 2 guns. That thing needs size 3 or size 4 on the turrets, because I think it only has two size 2s. Those things should be size 4s or size 3s at least. We're too lazy to go looking for the enemy. But it's the size 5s that the Gladiators is supposed to have are supposed to be capital killer torpedoes. So they're supposed to be able to take out capital ships, light capital ships. So Gladiator should be a legitimate threat to like an Idris or a Polaris. But right now the size 5 torpedoes are just garbage. So regarding that, the size 5 torp is fast enough. A very experienced hammerhead crew couldn't shoot them down. It also does enough damage just to 2 or 3 hits to kill a hammerhead. It needs better though. It needs to have, like, it needs to be two torpedoes, 2 size 5 torps should be able to destroy a hammerhead outright. One to take out shields, one to destroy it. Yeah, and lower custodians are supposed to be unbeatable in the tabletop though. Yes, but it's also a ship that's supposed to be in Squadron 42, and it's supposed to be a bomber. Right now, it's just a bad version of a fighter. It's just a worse version of the Hornet. So Paul, is a bigger version of the Fury what you would want it as a attack heli in Star Citizen? Effectively, yes. I'd want something with a gigantic hydrogen or like ability. I'd want something the Fury, but with 2 pilots, so like a pilot and co-pilot, with the co-pilot being able to have a 360 bottom camera view with like size 4s, you know, and a missile base, like missiles that they can fire, and to carry bombs and rockets. And maybe not torpedoes, because you didn't really have to worry about that so much. And for the pilot themselves to have like size 3s, like 4 size 3s strapped to that bitch. And 14 missile hard points. For those of you who haven't heard, the UEE Navy or UEE Army in lore does nothing. They are terrible. Their lore is not good at all. Put it back over there. And in order to make them more dangerous and more for them to make sense, I thought, well, you need something that, like, what does an army do? And as far as we understand, the army's job is to do 2 things. One, go take planets when they need to invade planets, or just stay on a planet and prevent anyone from invading. So the army needs to have technologies and capabilities which are designed around sticking on a place for a long time and not leaving. So they need something like the Apache helicopters or the Heinz or any other kind of military helicopter that exists today. Most of them are operated by armies. I guess some of them may have air forces as well. I know the US Army operates attack helicopters. But some sort of air support that can linger, that can just bring a blistering amount of firepower, but its sole job is to attack ground targets. So I was thinking a ship that has no quantum drive, that has a lot of hydrogen fuel, that carries a game-breaking amount of weapons, but is mostly designed to attack ground targets. So it doesn't really have a lot of upward-facing guns. It's not really maneuverable. It's designed to sit in an area and just destroy anything that moves on the ground. The army needs something like little birds, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but there's too much empty space in a Redeemer. Far too much empty space. Like, you don't need all that shit. You just need 2 pilots and a lot of guns. Like, that Redeemer is huge. That's a giant target, you know, compared to something like this, but bigger. Because you wouldn't need a huge ship. You just need enough to get it to where it needs to go, fuck up anything it needs to fuck up, and go home. The other thing I was thinking about was, like, in sci-fi land, and of course this is completely wouldn't work in lore, but I'm also desperate because I'm a big fan of mecha, is some sort of gigantic armored walker. Maybe not Battletech, but maybe like a mobile command base that walks or has tracks. Something that is a giant armored mobile command base. Or like artillery platform of some kind. Dell from Halo 4, yeah. Mammoth, yeah. It would also need a variety of different support. You'd need trucks. There is no transport trucks, right? There's no trucks that you just hop in the back and just go. You know, there's no scouting vehicles. I mean, I guess we have the Cyclone kind of works. It kind of works as a scouting vehicle, but you also don't have artillery. You don't have like repair vehicles. You don't have vehicles that can tow damaged vehicles off the battlefield and repair them. You know, you could use that with like hover tech and a tractor beam. Would be perfect for that kind of thing. It's like an SRV but on skids. To just kind of use what it needs to do. GDI units from Tiberium Sun, those are probably the closest that kind of make sense in the Star Citizen universe because they're a little bit more grounded in like the kind of universe that Star Citizen wants to create because they're both, you know, Star Citizen's based heavily off of 90s tropey sci-fi sort of things, and same with, you know, the GDI. Give us army cavalry with robotic horses. But like, you know, there's no logistics vehicles, right? There's no command vehicles. There's nothing like that. You need that sort of things to be able to, or construction vehicles designed to build shit. You'd think that there would be at least some sort of market in the game for a vehicle whose sole job was to build. What are those called? They use the U.S. military uses them as like temporary walls. They're basically just mesh wire and like I guess concrete and stuff, and they pour sand in them. I forget the name of them. It starts with a P, I think. Heskos. We could use Heskos, right? Some sort of Hesco-like device would make sense in the Star Citizen universe to be able to build up a defense in a local area for a readout or for a base, that kind of stuff. Hesco blocks, yeah. Block. Could you just put hover tech on the SRV? You could, but I mean, you wouldn't need the size of the SRV. The SRV is huge. Basically, if you strip out the quantum tanks, the quantum and the hydrogen tanks for most vehicles, that's most of what vehicles are. Living space, weapons, and components. And as you can see with the Fury, when you take out a quantum, you don't need a lot of space. Oh yeah, the guy that bought Segway then fell off a cliff riding a Segway made those. Wait, that guy? Oh. What's his name? Jim Hesselden? Dean Kamen, right. Yeah, I listened to Adeptus Ridiculous, and they use the joke of Dean Kamen's as like a segues, but they got confused because they thought Dean Kamen died, but it's not Dean Kamen, it was Jimmy Hesselden who died because of the segue, but yeah. Jimmy Hesselden created the Hescos? Huh. Now, Dean Kamen didn't die. Hesco Bastion. Wow, okay. That makes sense. In 1989, Hesselden founded Hesco Bastion Ltd. To manufacture containers of the same name. Filled with sand or earth, they quickly found favor with several armies of several countries, as they allowed for effective blast walls, barriers, and revetments to be quickly constructed, made in Hesco's factory in Leeds. These were shipped flat-packed to great numbers of conflict zones, including Kosovo, Iraq, Afghanistan, as well as being used for flood defenses in New Orleans. He was appointed the Officer of the Order of the British Empire in 2006. On Christmas Day 2009, he purchased the Segway Company. He had owned the company for only 9 months at the time of his accidental death while using a Segway, because he went off a cliff. I didn't know he was from England. He's from Leeds, England, too. Oh, nice. Born in March 1948. Former coal miner. See, there we go. That's perfect. CIG, you have no excuses. Hescos are British. Since everything else is fucking British in the Star Citizen universe, do it. No, it's, yeah, Jim Hesselden was the one who invented Hescos, who bought Segway. What is it, Vader? What is it? Let me see the joke. Let me see the joke. Come on. Mining saddlebag, battle bag full of shit. There we go. But I mean, we already have the model. You're not wrong. That's effectively what a Hesco is. It's just a big, like, mesh barrier that can hold earth and sand and such. Oh god, that's terrible. That Segway investment went downhill quickly. It's been more than 10 years since he's died, so it's okay. He died in 2009. I mean, Redeemers make effective Hescos the same way that a burning freaking dumpster would make an effective cover device. Not very well. Burning tire fire, yeah. Anyway, there's a huge thing that we'll be talking about with the UAE Army. I'm going to sit down with sometime soon, probably in June or July, with I'll probably get Solus into this one too, because he's got that experience. But with Tree and with Atira to kind of be like, all right, how can we fix the UEE army? Because in my perspective, I'll lay it out for you. This is the 30th century based off of modern combat and or games that exist right now. The typical army squad should be probably at the same size as a U.S. squad, which is 10 members, sergeant, with one sergeant, and then maybe a heavy weapons like a squad support weapon user. And since, the conflict in Ukraine has shown, and many other conflicts around the world recently have shown the value of drones, and we know that drones are a thing in Star Citizen, and that the Army uses them, and that they're going to be in game for players to use as well, having a drone operator for reconnaissance and other operations makes sense to have someone who's, as part of that squad, someone who just carries around and throws that shit around to kind of keep monitoring on things. But other than that, a lot of modern military stuff can be matted onto it to make a lot of sense. We just need some weapons and gear that is dedicated to military, to army stuff that's expensive to maintain and it breaks down a lot, but is fucking dangerous. Hey, Wandy. I'm not going to invite Templin Institute. Templin Institute hates Star Citizen. Holy shit, do they hate Star Citizen. They got a fucking raging hate boner for it. They've had it for years. I've still yet to fully make that video of sitting down and deconstructing their video on why Star Citizen lore sucks, because it's so lazily made and it's slapdash. It doesn't do any research, barely does any research. It's condescending. It's insulting to the writers, I think. And the problem is that Templin has a lot of sway. They are very, very popular YouTube group. And I'm not trying to start shit with Templin, because I understand that it's complicated and takes a long time to do those videos. I do those videos. I know how fucking hard and time consuming it is. But at the same time, be careful about that. Especially if someone's that. Oh, don't go after them, y'all. Don't go after them. No, they're just passionate. Fucking Templin Institute. I used to watch them a lot before they made that video, because I always found it interesting. Yeah, I don't know who. It's a group of people. It's not just one person, but there's one person who seems to be the main leader, the person in charge of it. I don't know their name. He's Canadian, who's very passionate. He tends to do these sorts of videos which are very condescending and comes across with this condescending tone, like he knows more. I've also know that Templin, generally speaking, doesn't do that kind of shit with 40K or Star Wars or Star Trek, but I'm sure they have similar problems with those. The reason why they don't talk shit about those universes is because they know that if they do, they'll lose viewers, because those are bread and butter. If I wanted to make money doing lore, I wouldn't be doing Star Citizen. I'd be doing Star Wars or 40K. Holy fuck, is that a goddamn we're talking 100,000 views in an hour for some of these shows. Just getting started, you wouldn't get that many, but it wouldn't take that long. There's lots of passionate fans who want to see those sorts of takes on it, which is fine. But the issue is Luton Sleek Team. I love Luton. That stirred up some drama. The issue with Templin is that they didn't do any research, because a lot of their takes are easy to explain. And I'm not going to go too depth into this, because again, do not go fucking brigade them or whatever. That's fucking pointless. They are creators and they have a right to have an opinion. But at the same time, they're wrong. And I can say it mathematically. I can answer it mathematically, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bother with that right now, because Like, one of the things that he talked about was that it doesn't make sense that the High Secretary's job was interior. It's like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would you have somebody who's in charge of exterior events and somebody who's in charge of the interior events? And I want to sit here, what he was describing, I'm like, you're literally Canadian. How the fuck do you not know what a prime minister is? Because for those of you who don't know, prime ministers weren't originally supposed to be foreign affairs. They were mostly dealing with domestic issues and dealing with the parliament. It was the king who was in charge of, or the monarchy who was in charge of everything. That's what a prime minister does. They're just the head of the ministers. Like, that's what it is. The High Secretary is the Prime Minister of the UAE. That's all they are. They deal with internal stuff, and they don't exclusively deal with internal stuff because nothing is that clean in government. That was their original role. Thank you for doing stresses while you're a pillar through. Thank you, Robert. But that's not the point. Like, but that is one of those situations. Like, I couldn't watch. It was painful to get through it because they were saying stuff that was like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a couple things that make sense, like, their constant take that the UEE symbols are kind of basic, which is true. I would love for CIG to invest more money into expanding the UEE. I don't think the UEE flag is bad because it kind of makes sense for where it is. But the UEE Army, Navy, and Marines should have their own coat of arms. That's a very classic, traditional thing you'd have. You know, the UEE Navy and Marines and Army having those symbols isn't bad. The U.S. Army has a symbol right now. So does the British Army. So does the U.S. Marines. They all have their own sort of slogans, their own propaganda, or their own marketing things they use for marketing and such. The roundel is a famous example of this. Like, that's the roundel isn't the symbol of the British Air Force, the Royal Air Force, but it is. It's a famous symbol for it. But the British Air Force has its own coat of arms. So, PMs are basically viceroys that manage specific colonies while a monarch takes care of the empire as a whole. Effectively, yeah. Oh, yeah, that whole thing, no one would want to call it the empire. Because, well, the other thing that's the problem with that, which is something that CIG has addressed, that I keep trying to tell people is, because you don't see it, the UEE didn't want to change. They just didn't like the fucking imperators. They didn't like the Messers, so they got rid of them. There's a reason why there are still active rebel movements against the UEE, because they didn't change. They simply got a new coat of paint. The UEE hasn't changed since the Messers. They just are less genocide-y and more alien-friendly. Slight change in policy. And now they elect their imperators every 10 years. But other than that, it's really, like, the culture and the whole thing hasn't changed. Citizenship is still a thing. Well, the Messers took the dictatorship, they took the problem, the whole totalitarian society to the extreme. And that's what they were way too loud with it, with their, child slavery, basically they had child labor as young as 7 years old for child laborers. There was, obviously the genocide. There was extensive repressions of freedom, of various freedoms for travel and all these other things. So there's lots of stuff like that. The reason why Templin did that video is because twofold. One, Templin has always hated Star Citizen lore. They've historically put Star Citizen as the worst examples in any of their lists. Two, they didn't have time to do the research. It's very difficult to do the research for Star Citizen. That is so fucking broken up. I'm just stupid, so I have a lot of time on my hands, and, well, I don't have a lot of time on my hands, but I absorb this information and kind of sort it. I like that kind of jigsaw puzzle sort of thing. But Templin is not a one-horse pony. They are one-horse pony. They're not a one-trick pony. They don't have they don't just do one universe. They do every universe because they like to talk about the fiction behind it and all sorts of other aspects of lore, which makes sense. So they don't have time to do research. And if you already don't like the universe because you have a preconceived notion of what that is, you're not going to do the research you need to. So I get it. I understand why. But at the same time, then don't do a video on it. Like, it's not like the UEE or Star Citizen is a clambering topic in lore. It's not like there are millions of people watching lore. I know. I'm probably the most famous lore creator, lore follower of Star Citizen, and only just now have my videos gotten more than 5,000 views after they release. Still a lot. I'm not complaining, but I'm like, compared to YouTube stuff, especially Templin stuff, that's nothing. Oh yeah, they have flaps on the Mirai. Everything has flaps. So yeah, sorry, that's another stuff. Citizenship is like Starship Trials. No, actually. All right, so service does not guarantee citizenship in Star Citizen. You could fight in the military and still be denied citizenship. It's happened multiple times in lore before. You have to apply for citizenship and prove that you've done service to the Empire. So if you go join the UE military, do your time, and leave, you're not guaranteed citizenship. Only if they want you to be. And they meaning citizenship like bureaus and such. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, the UE is not a utopia. It's fucked up. It's a very dark universe. It's just got a nice coat of paint on it. I'm a civilian thanks to my extended stays and beautiful pleasure. That doesn't mean that the UE military or the UE... Yeah, I said that, Jordan. I said that. This is the Red Tail. This is the Red Tail from Cowboy Bebop. This is Phase Ship. In fact, they called them in Cowboy Bebop's lore. It's actually called a capsule ship because they have these generic capsules that they build frames around, and then they sell the frames and the capsules separately. So you can always swap out your ship as you need to. So, wasn't there a Tavaran that got denied? I believe so. Yes, a Tavaran got denied their citizenship because of their service. But does honorary rank give you citizenship? Nope. You missed I was on Facebook. Okay. I play Great Parallels. When everyone said it's like, oh, it's a TIE fighter, I'm like, it's the lazy take. It's not a TIE fighter. It's so many other things. It's the literal Star Fury from Babylon 5. It's the capsule ships from Cowboy Bebop. And yes, it's also a TIE fighter, but it's a lot more than that. Do you think they'll let salvage missions go live with sell prices for the weapons in the crater? What do you mean, Toha? It's the Red Tail from Bebop, yes. Babylon 5 is fantastic. I think the biggest barrier to entry with Babylon 5 is that its graphics are ass, because it was made on early computer graphics software. All of the ships and all of the effects were made on very early computer graphics software. They were great for the time. Yeah, they're fantastic for the time. But Star Fury, yeah. The drone from Oblivion, yeah. Yeah, here, let me pull up the Star Fury so you have an idea what I'm talking about. This is a Star Fury from Babylon 5. It's obviously a little bit bigger. You stand in the cockpit and this kind of swings out, but it's basically just a cockpit with guns, with engines and guns. And then you have this. Yeah, NASA was actually helped design it. It has retro thrusters on its main thrusters, just like the Fury does. It's got the same fucking name as the Fury. I mean, come on. I think you sit in the Fury, in the Mirai Fury. So. Oh, the atmosphere variant? Yeah, sure. It was called the Star Thunderbolt, I think. Yes, Thunderbolt. Find a good one of it. This is not really. Oh no, that's not it. It's not really got a lot of good pictures for them, but this is the atmosphere variant, the Thunderbolt. Launch the Furies. The Thunderbolts were two-seater, and they were actually seaters. You didn't stand; you sat in them because they actually flew in atmosphere. We've had Idris interior leaks for a long time. I don't know if they're going to actually have Idris interiors, but we've had Idris interior, understanding the Idris interiors for a very long time. They're probably just in the patch now.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
You
can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I don't have the party thing here. I will eventually. I'm not seeing any leaks from the normal leaks locations of the interiors. The interiors have been leaked for a while. Yeah. There's a Gunstar vibe from Last Starfighter. Yeah. Estimated price point on the Fury. You're not going to like it. I think it's going to be 65 war bonds, $70 with credit, which would make it $5 cheaper than the Arrow. A lot of people are like, that's fucking garbage. I'm not going to buy it for that. I'm like, it's got too many guns. Its guns are far too good. Yes, it doesn't have a quantum drive, but that's not that good. It's because it's better than any other snub fighter, so it's not going to be less than an Aurora. It's going to be less than the Arrow, but not by much. It's pretty close to the Arrow in terms of a lot of its other factors. If it's cheaper than that, I would be ecstatic, but I do not trust that CIG is not going to gouge the shit out of you for this thing. That could do that too. The Fury could be $80 and they just bump the Arrow up to $90. They've done that before. See the whole series, when everyone had said the whole A was now completely useless because the what was it? Was it the Argo the Argo mole or mule, right? The mule. What is it? What's the Argo ship that has the cargo capacity? Raft. Thank you. The Argo Raft. When the Argo Raft came out, everyone was like, this is better than the Hull A. There's no way it's going to be that price, or Hull B. And so they just changed the prices. They just upped the prices of the whole series is all they did. It is, well, Carrack turrets are size 3s, I believe. These are size 2s. That would be a 2 or 3 price point. Yeah, I could still see the Arrow going up from 75 to 85. Maybe not 90, but 85. Why use the Raven in adverts if they don't make it useful? Because it looks cool, because it looks cool. So what is it 4 size 2s? 4 size 2s, yes. But it has, each has one, I think it also comes with 1 missile hardpoint for the regular version. And then you can buy the bomber version, which swaps out all the guns for 4 size 2 missile hardpoints, which each hold 4 size 1 missiles, I believe. I have to look it up real quick, but... Four size 2 missiles. Okay, yeah. And then the missile racks, it also has, it's called the MX, and it has 12 size 2s and 8 size 1 marksmans. So yeah. Definitely no quantum drive, yeah. It doesn't have a quantum drive or a jump drive, no. Almost certainly it'll be the LZI token, which means CIG is going to charge you more than $60 for it. Oh, the Fury variant is garbage. It's hot garbage. You know, who the fuck would want to buy a ship that just pumps out missiles? I was like, cool. Now you're out of missiles. What are you going to do? Go back and restock them? Lynx probably will be, but the Lynx is probably $65, $70. I wouldn't be surprised if it's around that. CIG has basically increased the price of all new ships going forward and has slowly been increasing the price of all of the ships overall. At some point, probably next year would be my guess, all of the starter packs will be $60. Once CIG manages to get the pillars into the game, all of the things they want to do, including server meshing, they will increase the price to $50. Once they get towards beta, it will be $60. Just flat increase. The write-up says size 4 laser repeaters. A size 4 laser repeater would be the size of the ship. It's a size 4 laser repeater is huge. That's a mistake on CIG's part. Those are size 2s. And trust me, CIG has made those mistakes before. Yeah, we might see a Squadron 42 announcement around CitizenCon to increase it from $45 to $50. Though I think they'll do a big deal, make a big deal about the last chance for discount prices, and then they'll go up. But almost certainly when CIG gets towards beta, which is post 4.0, we won't have an alpha 5.0, for instance. We'll get a beta 1.0 after 4.0. Yes, I never catch live shows, but I love your vids. Thank you for the lore in particular. Thank you, Am, for watching. Do you think we'll have to rearm with multi-tool and new mechanic into rearm? Eventually, yes. And 319 will be, it's kind of more of a novelty, but in the future, you will definitely have to manually rearm with probably not the multi-tool, but probably with either bespoke tools that are designed for that, or upgraded multi-tools, which will be able to let you do that. Or with your hands, being able to, like, plop it up there. I am too, Sandgroper. I wish we could see a 420 patch. Never will. Makes me sad. We will see a 4.2 patch, though. My harebrained theory is that CIG will release 4.0 in March of next year, which means 4.1 will be this time next year, and 4.2 will be released in October of 2024, which is CIG's planned release date for Squadron 42. So they're going to have the 4.2 patch for the release of Squadron 42. I don't think it's going to be planned like that, but I think that's what's going to end up being. No 6.9 patch, no. Do you think the future will have missile holding racks for cargo grids? I think, yeah. I think we'll have missile holding and weapon holding racks, which will be just a weird size cargo container that you can just slip various weapon stuff on it. Maybe you can slip them inside of cargo containers, like things that you can put inside a 32 SU cargo container and then open it up and pull it out and then load it up and push it back in, but... I don't think the internet requirements are going to change much when server meshing comes in, because server meshing is mostly, again, server side. It's not client side. So whatever you currently need for playing Star Citizen isn't going to change. The back end stuff for Star Citizen's own things will change. Well, Paul getting wildly optimistic. I guess I am an optimist. I don't think CIG, to be fair, I don't think CIG is going to release Squadron 42 next year. I think that Squadron 42 is going to be released in the fall of 2025. But I do think that CIG is going to announce the release of Squadron 42 at CitizenCon. And I can tell you why. I've talked with Shiny Hobo, who's talked with Tree, and I've talked with Tree about this. And when we look at Squadron 42's monthly report, I will also talk about that as well. Something's happened since last October. A major shift has happened since last October. Before last October, most of the teams doing Squadron 42 were part-time teams. They were partially in Star Citizen and partially in Squadron 42. The concept that Squadron 42 has 90% of the staff is bonkers. It's ridiculous. It's not true. It's entirely made up by clickbait titles and misunderstandings of what CIG has said. Squadron 42 is the focus, but everything in Squadron 42 gets transported to Star Citizen. So a lot of the stuff is compatible. Anything that's done for the engine for Squadron 42 is also done for Star Citizen, and the AI and everything else. And you actually notice that where some of the things you see in the Star Citizen monthly report is also in the Squadron 42 monthly report because they're the same. They're working on the same stuff. But since October, a lot of those teams went away from being part-time to working on Star Citizen and Squadron 42 to full-time Squadron 42. Which is like, that's a lot of people to just suddenly shift into Squadron 42 mode. And they've been doing that since last October. So it's been, what, 8 months? Almost a year since that happened? Hey, Bruna. Yay, Shiny! There you are. Y'all should be using Shiny Tracker. If you really want the information, Shiny put a lot of work. Shiny Hobo put in a lot of work for Shiny Tracker. And it doesn't take a genius level IQ to figure it out. I'm a moron. When it comes to anything of this sort of technical based, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I'm just guessing based off of my best understanding. But it's color coded and nice and all that kind of stuff. So, what do you mean? Shiny's always lurking in this chat. I swear to God. Answer the call 2955. Yep. I don't think they want to push it out ahead of Starfield because Starfield comes out in September of this year. But I think they're going to do an announcement around October. So after the hype for Starfield has kind of died down a little bit, I think they'll do the announcement, which is at CitizenCon for 2024. And I don't think they'll make it. I think they'll push it to spring of 2025. But then again, by the time they get close to it in the spring of 2025, they'll be like, we could use another 6 months. And they'll go, all right, cool, we'll push it to fall of 2025. I think that's the way it's going to work, because almost nothing makes it out when you think it does in the gaming industry. So. But what is Shiny Tracker? Here, let me pull it up. So Shiny Tracker is a bot, a program that Shiny Hobo put together, which literally scrapes all the information from every progress report update. CIG has said for the longest time, and let me pull this up because I think this is the okay, I don't think it's there anymore. But CIG has said the longest time that they want us to look at the progress tracker as the actual measurement of what's being done in Star Citizen and not the release schedule. So this was created by Shiny Hobo as a way of tracking like the delta, the change in the bi-weekly reports. So for instance, this was done from last week. We have things like retrieve consignment missions, salvage contracts, and ship trespass were added, but they also added 44 total updates. You have things like the AR map rework was extended from 3.12 to 5.7 of this year, which means that they extended their current work on that to a different level. They, 3 engineering devs with 22 tasks. So there were 3 engineering devs who were working on it. And the UI tech team added 41 days of work, 3 engineering devs from the UI tech team with 22 tasks. So you can see it like that. So asteroid facilities. This is a big one. If you want to fucking know that there's going to be asteroid facilities, we're going to have asteroid bunkers, baby. UGFs, but on asteroids. Count on it. That's what they've been working on as well. So Delta and history tracking, lots of math, and now cool timeline renderer. Shiny's been constantly updating. Shiny Hobo's been constantly updating this as well. He's showed me a bunch of the other stuff. So we've got scheduled deliverables. You can see all of these different things that have been done every week, every 2 weeks. This is from 4/5. So this is from a month ago. It goes back years, I believe, like 2 or 3 years, right, Shiny? Or at least a year that Shiny's been making this. So there's scheduled deliverables. You can see this. Database terminal, scheduled work timeline. So we can look at here. This is the timeline for all the stuff. So green indicates full-time work. Yellow indicates part-time work. So you can look through here and you can see all the part-time work, like Asiato Station. Where is that? Astro Station, which is Squadron 42. You can see back in January 2021, it wasn't there, but then you see some part-time and full-time. You can scroll over it, hover over it. 2 tasks, art team, AIC, cat, art. You see like all of these different tasks that are being done. So I'll give you a link too. It's shinytracker.app. For all of you wondering, use it. Bookmark it. It's fantastic. Probably by the end of the year is when we're going to get EVA 2.0, because CIG's been actively using it to the point where the Star Citizen team has changed how prone works, because they pulled out the kind of prone movement from the EVA system, and you are using that as the basis for the new rolling system. So instead of having to roll and stop and roll again, like when you're holding buttons to kind of get to these different statuses, it's now just a nice smooth roll back and forth. But earlier than that, without team tracking. February 2022, okay. Oh yeah, you can also see the deliverable. You can search deliverable, all that kind of stuff. So, I knew that what it was. Shiny, you when you talked to me about it, you showed it to me, and I was like, "What the fuck happened?" So, I'm very certain that they're gonna talk about Squadron 42 at some point. I think it's still not confirmed, and I wouldn't take this as a confirmation that they're going to announce the release date. But I'm almost certain that's what they're going to do. I've said that before, and I've been fucking wrong, so I could entirely be wrong on this one. I am not under any illusion that they will do this in reality. Similar to how I'm under no illusion that they're actually going to do Theaters of War. But there's something with Squadron 42 that they'll talk about at CitizenCon. It's the first CitizenCon back. It's in LA. There's a lot of different factors, which says this is going to be pretty good. Is it true that Iver Messer himself was an actual legit war hero with solid, reliable war morals, an actual wish to push humanity in good direction? It was just his descendants that went bad later? Yes and no. Iver Messer was a war hero. He was very good at what he did. He was also, he couldn't turn it off. As I said in the Beyond the Verse thing, he just couldn't turn it off. So one of the things that I didn't have the heart to talk to Solus about is that it wasn't the Tavaran who did terrorist attacks using Xi'an technology that got Iver Messer into power. It was Iver Messer himself. He hired some veterans that he had fought with in the First Tavaran War to stage terrorist attacks against civilian populations to try to persuade people to adopt his ideals of the prime citizen and eventually the imperator. The adoption of the UEE was his idea. It wasn't popular. Only about 30-40% of the population actually liked it. Most people didn't. But after the bombings at Jata, that changed and pushed that over. And modern research in lore proved that the person who's most likely behind it, because no one was ever caught for it, was a demolitions expert who had fought with Iver Messer in the Battle of Idris IV. Yeah, he basically, the kind of take I have of him is that he is a good leader, a good soldier, a good general who legitimately could fears and believed that what he was doing was right. But he was also a totalitarian dictator who did everything in his power to maintain control. He understood that the Senate and the other parts of the UEE were useful to keep order and civility. But he was wanted complete power because he felt that was the only way that it could protect humanity. For those of you who are 40K fans, Iver Messer and the Emperor of Mankind are very similar. Like, they believe they're the only things that's holding humanity alive, that's keeping humanity alive, that's keeping the Xenos at bay. And they may be right, but they're also dictators. So, was it die a hero, live long enough to become the villain? Yeah. I think this year at CitizenCon, the most likely thing we're going to get is a Squadron 42 announcement. We're going to release Squadron 42 in the fall of 2024. He does not have a cool throne machine, though. He does not. You're right. I meant that more in the context of their personalities. To be fair, the Xenos really fucked up in Squadron 42. Starcitizen less so. I mean, the Vanduul exist. And the Xi'an are kind of sketchy. And the Tevarin did start the first and second Tevarin war. They did start shit. Like, humanity is surrounded on all sides by hostile Xeno races and is 100% fighting for its life. Sometimes more politically than in the battlefield, but, you know, for 2024. That would be so fucking funny. He also wasn't 16 feet and 2 tons of pure muscle. No. But now we have Kentucky Fried Tevarin. That is 100% a meme that will never made it into the lore, but I feel like that would make sense. I could see the lore article, the news article in lore about Tevarin protesting the Kentucky Fried or the Messer Fried Tevarin establishments, which were just fried chicken establishments, and them being like, it's insensitive to our plight. And the owner being like, I'm getting free advertisement out of it. Why don't you try our Tears of Fire special? Hot, crispy chicken. Xenothreat is right in the sense that the Xenos are not always our friends. They're not right in that they don't really give a shit about that. They just want power. They're as Algrid calls them, they're Messerites. They're there to use the Xenos as an excuse to grab power. They don't really give a fuck about the Xenos. They just want power. They're using conspiracy theories as a means to elevate their own case and using legitimate concerns about things like corporations and influence of Xi'an political, machinations in the UE government to as a smokescreen to justify their own actions, which is very realistic. I mean, it's what Russia does all the time. So, like, it's Russia does it, United States does it, China does it. So many different powers in the world use that sort of logic to try to justify their own actions on the global stage to various degrees of things. The difference is that, generally speaking, they're not a hate group, a terrorist group. Like, Xenothreat are not the good guys. Let's just put it that way. In a universe where not many people are the good guys, they are definitely not the good guys. Not even the people in Pyro like them. Yeah. I'm not going to get too much into politics. I'm just saying, like, there are real-world parallels to what Xenothreat does, which is why it works so well. And it's why it's uncomfortable at times for some people. Xenothreat owns Pyro. They're the rulers of Ruin Station. They control Pyro's main station. There's no good or bad. There's only geopolitics. Yeah. Eating birds being awkward is like us eating cows. Cows is awkward. Xenothreat controls Pyro much to literally everyone else's chagrin. Nobody likes them. They're just too powerful, is what it is. I believe it's the headhunters. The headhunters want the fucking station. And if you don't like Xenothreat and you want to see a good, honest band of horrible, horrible pirates control Ruin Station over horrible, horrible racists, then do you want a bunch of assholes who will skin you alive, or a bunch of assholes who will skin you alive while saying racist shit? Which one do you want to control Ruin Station? Yeah, no one is in full control of Pyro. I guess no. I was going to say, racist isn't the right term. They're xenophobic, but then again, it is sort of the right term because they do hate other races, so it kind of still works. I'm kind of hoping 4.0 has an event where UEE and outlaw gangs team them up against to push Xenothreat out of Pyro. Probably more like 4.1 or 4.2, but I'd love to see dynamic warfare going on between the different gangs of Pyro. Because no one can control Ruin Station because no one would gang up with each other. The only way you could probably defeat the Xenothreat is if you saw an alliance of gangs like the Headhunters, the Fire Rats. Oh gosh, I can't remember all of them. I have to go through all of them and pull them together. I always call them the Vigilantes, but I forget the name. There's an actual like armor brand that's named after them. So. When should we expect AI blades? The Overlords, thank you, yeah. Like those, if they all got together, they could probably defeat Xenothreat, but they won't do it because they'll stab each other in the back before they defeat Xenothreat. The fuck those people in particular alliance, yeah. When should we expect AI blades to come in? And what are some challenges keeping it from being online? Do you think adding auto mode to ships and turrets would be that hard? But I'm not a dev, of course. It has a lot more to do with resources because they want to have AI blades have meaningful impacts on the game. And they would need the overhaul of the UI. They need an overhaul of the resource system that's coming in, travel, basically all the stuff that they're working on now needs to get done, like right at this moment working. That's for Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Once that stuff is done, then you can have things like AI blades, because that's going to require them to develop a new system for inserting blades and having some sort of give and take. It's going to always have to have a drawback for using blades. It can't just be straight up better. So either higher power draw, so you don't have as many shots, or they're not as accurate as NPCs or players using them. We don't even have multi-crew gameplay. So without multi-crew gameplay, we can't have AI that replaces multi-crew gameplay, kind of thing. So yeah, you said we would get to side with one of the several gangs and help them to control their territory. They have talked about that, yes. I'm hoping to see that in 4.0, but I'm not sure about that. It would be great if they're going to a control meter, like enough missions to complete, give control over the faction with the most rep. I don't think you need a meter. You could probably add it just for gamification, because you need to have some way of seeing that. Maybe a slow creeping, like you can see it on your MobiGlas, or you can see like areas of control, and locate vital locations like outposts or other things that you can control. And as you take them over, you can see the map just like slowly envelop that area as like kind of over time, and then eventually closes in and you have control over it. But didn't they say something about a chip you could put turrets? Yeah, that's the AI blades they're talking about. That Peruna was talking about. The system to assign roles will solve the blades issue. Yeah, but that's not even ready yet. Like, they need to have so many other things in place before that can happen. And the resource distribution is also specifically the one that's an issue, because there needs to be drawbacks, which I'm assuming going to be high amounts of resource draw that the AI blades are going to need to be able to function. So power, energy, or power, heat, or, whatever will be needed for that system. So it'll work, but it will have a downside to it to work. I think in WoW style control, possibly, but CIG would want to do something that's more immersive rather than a loading bar. Then again, this is the same CIG that did the new player experience, which is the most brute force method of a new player experience I've ever seen. As you can assign an onboard AI as a role, yeah, that could work. But again, that requires permissions, which is something they haven't done yet, and resource management, and also things like AI, like Blade AI, but like NPC characters having to take in atmosphere and like oxygen and other resources and such. So, you think Pappy saying that that hurt the devs that worked on its feelings? You think Pappy saying that hurt the devs working on his feelings? Did Pappy say that? I don't know if he did or not. I don't think. So here's the thing. I don't think that was designed to do what it does now. I think it was designed to be a lot more in depth than originally than they did. But as typical, CIG reached the point of just like, oh fuck, and they just pushed out what they had, got it working, pushed it out, and it works. CIG made a tutorial you have to read. Gamers don't read. Specifically, Star Citizen gamers don't read. Would the onboard assign AI role violate the ban on advanced AI in the UEE? Not necessarily, because all of the AI in, there are AI that exists, AI systems. The IFCS system, the Intelligent Flight Control System, I believe it's called. The IFCS system is an AI. It's just there are three categories of AI. You have expert systems, you have human level AI, and you have beyond human level AI. The IFCS is an expert system. Most AI we have today are expert systems. They're not always very, very good at their job, or even better than a human, but they're very, very good at doing what they do. One task. And so expert system level AI still exists in the UEE, and it's tolerated to a degree. You wouldn't see, we have actually developed human, if not beyond human AI, but they always fuck up. So, the current, you know who thinks the current MobiGlas needs to burn in hell, Sable Ram? The fucking UI team. The team that makes the current MobiGlas also goes like, this is garbage. Nobody likes that thing. The reason why nobody likes that thing, even CIG devs, is because its legacy. It was done to fit what they needed for 2.0. It's a 2.0 asset. It's that fucking old. IRL equivalents are Transformers and AGI. I don't know what Transformers and AGI are. All I know is that when I did the big kind of a video on this, I looked up the different types of AI. So they do, and they are working on that. Both of those are being worked on for Squadron, which will then be ported to Star Citizen. Artificial general intelligence. Yes. So I get that with AGI. That I've heard that before. Yes. We're not going to see AGI Skynet, basically. Yeah. Artificial general intelligence is human level intelligence, I believe. General intelligence. Be able to do lots of things. Like maybe not necessarily at a human level, but more than just one system. And we've developed it. But they've always fucked up. The last time we tried to do it, we did it in secret, put it in a bunch of bombers, and tried to start a war with Xi'an. So, yeah. Humanity in the Star Citizen universe does not like those sorts of AI systems, but they use those sorts of the expert systems all the time. The Miss Babbage is an expert system. She's only programmed to do what you tell her to do because she only knows about New Babbage. All of the systems that run your ships, those are all expert level AI systems. Navi computers are expert level AI systems. They're all just really good at one thing. Transformers are what stable diffusion models are, but could be for anything like recognizing hot dogs or handwriting. Okay. Input output with a specific purpose. That's what Transformers are? Okay. We're not going to see this year. We're not seeing Squadron 42 this year. No fucking way. If they were going to release Squadron 42 this year, they would have let us know last year. This game is going to have a minimum of 1 year of Squadron 42 is going to have a minimum of 1 year of build up for release. So in the world of video games marketing, Squadron 42 releasing is called an activation. This is the very basics. They're called activations. Activations are unique to each activation, but the activations require setups and lead ups to their actual activations. Most activations, when it comes to gaming, is 6 months to a year. That includes planning, that includes advertisement ramp-ups, that includes touring and talking with people, that includes anything that has to do with hyping the game. How much game time will be in Squadron 42? Last we heard, this was a very long time ago, there was talks that the full game with all side stories was going to be about 40 hours. But the full campaign, if you just did the main missions, was around 20 hours. There are actually 3 games in the series. So the first game it was originally going to be 1 game, and they split it into 3 games. But there are side missions you can do. Yeah, they call them chapters or episodes, but that's confusing if you call them chapters because people then think, oh, it's going to be like Hitman does, where it's like 1 chapter, or the Telltale Games do, where it's chapter 1, and then a couple months later, chapter 2. No, these are like full games. It's like Squadron 42 1, 2, and 3. You're never going to see 6 months guaranteed, Bishop. The thing about Squadron 42 is that Squadron 42 is not going to be released. They'll have an announcement date, but almost certainly they'll miss that date. Now, if CIG is smart, or if they're listening to their marketing community teams, they'll keep people informed 6 months ahead of any delay. But I can almost guarantee you that Squadron 42 will be announced. It will be announced for a date, and then it won't actually hit it for another 6 to 12 months. Because that's just how games are these days. Yeah, like you're not going to say chapters, like Half-Life, because chapters in Half-Life were small and they took a year or 2 to make. Star Citizen, the second part of Squadron 42 is going to likely take 2 to 4 years to make. And that's the other problem. There's, as Shiny Hobo put it, Chapter 27 has like 3 weeks of work on it. So I guess the watch out for changes on that. In the game, they have chapters inside the game. So calling it Squadron 42 Chapter 1 when there are 27 chapters in it is like, oh, what the fuck? It actually would make more sense to call it Volume 1. That's actually a better idea, I think. Calling Squadron 42 Volume 1 would make sense. Yeah. The in-person Citizen Con this year, I guarantee you will get a release date for Squadron 42. I don't think I can't guarantee that. I think that's highly likely. Like, as I've said before, I'll say it's going to happen. I don't mean it's going to happen. I mean, I'm very confident it's going to happen, but I am not stupid, and I know CIG can often fuck those sort of things up. I've said that thing before, so. Thoughts of the little last hurdles for Squadron 42? Physicalized armor and mechs come to mind. What are you out there? Mechs? No, not mechs. The biggest thing that's confronting Squadron 42 are the same things that are confronting Star Citizen. The resource system needs to be added. You need to have the Vulcan added. You likely need some form of server meshing added because Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. So server meshing is likely going to be there. And it's confusing to explain, but they've said this before, that it runs on a local server on your machine. So they'll have some sort of system for that. Even PES, like the PES system, is in Squadron 42. It's their save game system. So you're saving a game onto a server, which is a server file, which is in your actual computer. So you don't actually go online, but you have a client that's running inside of a server, which is all simulated on your machine. Oh, the Titan suits. Oh, yeah. The Titan suits are likely being worked on right now. There's enough lore. The lore team doesn't start writing shit about anything until it's already being either very early being introduced or almost done. We're almost certainly, and they've even talked about how they've been working on it. So, hey, Griffin. I mean, it's a save and start. That's true. So, yeah. I haven't checked it on the floor, but I have seen pictures of it. I believe the Titan suit does play a role in the game, but I don't know if a player uses them. That's true. Yeah, Lowe's, I saw that earlier, Lowe's. I was talking about. Can you quick recap on Star Citizen development? You did one a few weeks ago, but I wanted to clip it as an auto replay for Star Citizen Doomers. I mean, I think it's fascinating. I'll do my best to explain it. So Star Citizen was an idea by Chris Roberts as early as 2010. And was working on some things in either 2010 or 2011, worked specifically with Crytek about making Star Citizen, having assets and other people kind of come over loan from Crytek to help him make his game, because Crytek wanted him to use their engine so they could get resources from it. And that's where Sean Tracy comes from, is from that sort of partnership. He was the liaison from Crytek who was working with Chris Roberts. So early on, they did the Kickstarter. They actually didn't do a Kickstarter. They did a fundraising. The concept was, which was popular at the time, was to do crowdfunding to a certain amount, then to attract, by doing so that they could attract investors, and then they could produce that. So that was the original plan. And then the website crashed. They had so much interest with the game early on that their website for crowdfunding crashed. So in a panic, they opened up a Kickstarter and used that as another means. And then when they got their website back up, they said, you can use Kickstarter or our website. And so the Kickstarter did really well. It was actually for a while, it was the highest Kickstarter ever. It was like $2 million. And after all was said and done, after the initial kind of fundraising thing was done, I think it was after about 4 months, they had reached $4 million. The original goal was $100,000, I think, or $200,000. And they were like, we could do this. We could just go pure crowdfunding. So they made the decision to crowdfund the whole game, which is why we buy ships, because that was their method for crowdfunding. They started opening a studio in LA, which was just in a basement. Not a basement, LA, in Austin, it was just a basement. And then they had a studio in LA, which was mostly, I think they were renting it, like a small rentable, like by the minute sort of thing, or by the hour sort of thing. It wasn't big. It was a temporary solution. They started to grow. They had to find new people. And they started getting traction. Around 2013 is when they released the Hangar module. 2014 was when they released Arena Commander. which was originally called the Dogfight module. I believe 2015 or was it late 2014 that they released the Social module, which was the old versions of Area 18. And by 2015, in 2015, they released 2.0, which was the Alpha 2.0 was the first iteration of the PU. And by 2016, they were moving along. Or by the end of 2015, they were moving along to the point where they had got the technology ready to go well enough that they announced that Squadron 42 was going to release in 2016. Around that same time, CryEngine, the Crytek people, stopped paying their employees in several of their wells because they ran out of money. And so a lot of employees quit because they literally hadn't been paid multiple paychecks. So because CIG was having a hard time finding CryEngineers, people who used to working on CryEngine, and they had to train them, they basically just hired the people who were leaving Crytek. This pissed off Crytek something fierce, which is the reason why Crytek ended up suing them, which only got settled a couple years ago. So that's when they opened up Frankfurt. I believe at some point, Aaron Roberts, I think it was 2014, was when Aaron Roberts came on board. And Aaron Roberts brought his entire team from the old Lego games, where they made the Lego games. That entire team came on and became CIG Manchester, because they were all out there. And they were tasked with making Squadron 42. Then when this happened, they poached all these people from Crytek, not really poached, they stopped paying them. So they said, we'll pay you. They opened up CIG Frankfurt specifically for those folks. So the team started to grow naturally just because they needed people. When that happened, I believe, I always get his name wrong. He's a fantastic man who's might be watching this right now. He worked on the original CryEngine, like the original team for CryEngine. He's a space Viking. He's Jesus, Space Jesus. Well, I know he's an artist too. So Social Module was fall 2015. Okay, yeah. Brian Chambers. That's my brain just finally clicked. Brian Chambers. Yeah, thank you, Diaz. Right as I said that, you came into it. Yeah, Brian Chambers. Brian Chambers, apparently, a couple of the people who got brought over from Crytek were people who had made a 2014 or 2015 demo using the CryEngine to procedurally generate a city. They did, I believe, a GDC on it or something similar to that. Maybe it was a London Game Show or something like that or something. But they did a big presentation on how you could do it. And CryEngine, or the Crytek, was never interested in using that technology. So when they came over to CIG and they knew what they were working on, they told Brian Chambers they had an idea that they could use the same technology to generate planets, landable planets. Because at the time, landable planets wasn't the plan. It was a long-term goal. It was kind of like Star Citizen was going to do what Elite Dangerous did, where you could fly around in space, you could go to stations, but when you went to a planet, you would have a cutscene, and once you get to the cutscene, you would land. And some places you could land and get out, but you wouldn't really fly in atmosphere. There was just none of that. It was just landing zones, and you walk around kind of like Freelancer, which is the original concept, was like Freelancer 2, but online. And so they set about trying to fix that. And Brian Chambers hid them. He put them in a corner and be like, don't fucking talk to Chris. Just do your fucking work. We're going to hide you and you're going to do this job. And so out of nowhere, they presented Chris with this prototype of what became the Pupil Planet demo. And Chris saw the thing and said, we need to put that in the game. This needs to be added to the game. If it's done and ready to go, we need to add it to the game. And that 100% is the reason. CIG will never say it, they'll never admit it, but that's the reason why the game was delayed for so fucking long, is because the entire game had to be rebuilt from scratch to accommodate planetary landings. There was nothing in the design documents about what do you do on planets, because there was never really a plan for planets. They were supposed to be background. At most, you'd have a small location. And then Squadron 42 itself also expanded to include these planetary landing zones. So beyond just cutscenes and landing and then just like a little map. So they had to completely scrap everything they had been doing up to that point and restart all of the development from scratch. And that became what we know as 3.0. That's one of the reasons why Squadron 42 didn't make it, because they completely scrapped everything. We have reports of being able to play Squadron 42 from beginning to end, and you likely could have done so. But all that work was thrown out the fucking window because they wanted to add in planetary landings and make it smoother. So we're only just now getting to the point where a lot of the stuff we were seeing talked about and like being worked on in 2015 is starting to come to the forefront. I would say about last year was around that same time, so we're beyond that point now, which definitely leads to the idea that Squadron 42 is fairly close to release. At least 2 years, in my opinion, like minimum within the next 2 years, 2025. But again, I've been saying 2025 for 4 years, so 3-4 years now. I don't think we're going to see another 20 years. Mostly just practically speaking, CIG can't afford it. They make a lot of money, but even making, what was it, $100 million? They burn through a lot more cash than $100 million a year. But they make $100 million. They just have so many people to pay for and so many systems. Like there's just a lot of cost to running CIG. There's no way they have enough like cash on hand to continue to do this forever. There will be an endpoint. And I think CIG knows this, so they know that they have to release something, preferably Squad 42, in the next 2 years. The reason why is because they need to have a return on their investment. And as much as people don't realize, if 100,000 people purchased Squadron 42, which is not out of the question, at $60 a pop, you're looking at what? Like a couple million? Minimum? And I can guarantee you, there are people who play Star Citizen right now who don't know what Squadron 42 is. And there are people right now who will be the biggest fans of Squadron 42 who have no fucking idea what Star Citizen is. Because it's a completely different crowd. Squadron 42 attracts people who play games like Starfield, Mass Effect, Final Fantasy style games. The single player RPG sort of action combat games. And generally speaking, Star Citizen is an MMO. It attracts people who like PvP, who maybe like a little bit of, single player stuff. They like big open universes. Squadron 42 is not an open universe. It's semi-open. And there are some people like Remiko who came for both. And there will be plenty of people who are here for both. But I can almost guarantee you there are a lot more people who are going to buy Squadron 42 at launch who don't know what Star Citizen is. Maybe even just because it's Mark Hamill's in the game. I have seen zero new player guides ever recommend the Spectrum Guide Hub, which is, as a guide, I could say is very good. You mean the Spectrum Guide, like the guide system? Or are you talking about their own guide on Spectrum, the help desk stuff? By the time Squad 42 is out, the PU will be much better placed with quantum meshing PES so they can sell both really well. Exactly. Back in the first wave, I was barely interested in Star Citizen. I was only really interested in Squad 42. I had no idea about Squadron 42 until about 1 year ago, and I still haven't purchased it. I'll probably pick it up when it releases, but I'm more interested in Star Citizen. Exactly. I'm still learning more, leaning more for the single player than the MMO. And the way that CIG is designing it, it's pretty brilliant. Like I'm not going to call it the Dark Souls of space games because that's stupid, and I hate that fucking term. But Chris Roberts is not subtle about his influences. He said he made Squadron 42 because he played Demon's Souls. He played games like Demon's Souls and liked what they did with how they incentivized player saving and how it's really difficult to play. and its reputation is kind of a flawed masterpiece because it is so difficult. It's challenging and doesn't hold your hand and makes you feel good when you do well on it. And no two Demon Souls playthroughs are exactly the same. You know, you can have some variety. And so that was the original impetus for Squadron 42. Let's make Wing Commander, you know, a new generation of Wing Commander influenced by Dark Souls. Well, Village is much later. We're talking like 2012. Dark Souls of space games is Jedi Survivor. Yes, that's true. But that's literally the Dark Souls of space games, Cuban. Almost for sure, every single Wing Commander game went to consoles. They've said that. Every single game that Chris Roberts has made, every single-player game he's ever made has been in a console release. They didn't say that they're going to release it in consoles, but when people ask, are you going to release this on consoles? The response was, every single Wing Commander has made it to consoles. And that was all they said. And the way that they've been designing Squadron 42 is less of a point A, point B, go to here, achieve point. It's, here's your mission objective. Good luck. How you approach it is up to you. And if you've watched the commentary track of these Vertical Slice with Todd Pappy, Aaron Roberts, Sean Tracy, and Chris Roberts talking about their approach, they even say the goal is for every level to have multiple approaches. You can go stealth, you can go in guns blazing, you do a combination of the two. There are multiple ways of doing the same objective. And that's their goal, is to have every mission be like that. Play where you can approach it from any different ways. Here's your goal. Here's a sandbox universe. Your job is to achieve that goal. And with the AI systems they've been developing and how they've been developing it, every single playthrough will have different numbers and different patrol patterns of AI, different types of AI that'll be around you. So no two game playthroughs, or no two playthroughs will be the same. That's the whole point. It's designed to be incredibly replayable. I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if it's going to be fun and people will want to, but that's its purpose. The Reddit Doomers won't care. Whatever I say doesn't change their mind. Like, at all. And that's why I just don't like interacting with those folks, because they're just boring. It's just like, there are much better things to do with your time. If you watch Citizen on those AI interact, they're making a freaking hard game. They're intending to, yeah. Chris Roberts wants you to rage quit. Have you played Wing Commander? The original Wing Commander is fucking hard. There are some parts that are super easy. There's one mission I never beat, which was you had to destroy a ship and then get back to the Tiger's Claw before an attack happened. Oh no, you had to destroy the bombers attacking another carrier before they attacked the carrier. I could never get that fucking done. Well, the reason why games used to be difficult was because they wanted you to put quarters in the machine. So they wanted to make it fun, but also challenging so that you constantly put quarters in the arcade machine. And a lot of that gameplay style got ported over to early games because that's what they knew how to make. Yeah, I played it so many times, I could save the other carrier, but never get back to the Tiger's Claw in time, yeah. No, Chris does not own the IP for Arena Commander, or for Wing Commander. Wing Commander. That is controlled by EA. Is that what it's called? 910 hard? Oh, Nintendo hard. Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if EA releases Wing Commander, a new Wing Commander. The team, you know who'd be perfect for the team to release Wing Commander? The team that did Squadrons. Their team, they constantly get shit on for what they do. They're fantastic though. The Santa Monica team, I think, the EA Santa Monica team, they'd be perfect. They already have that experience. They know what they're doing with it. Give them the fucking Wing Commander and give them a story. Let them make a story. Borrow some Respawn writers. I don't give a shit. Just go. The problem with EA is that, like, here's the thing. If you talk with Ben Lesnick likes to talk about how EA often would approach him, and because he's a hardcore, and I mean a hardcore Wing Commander fan. He's been like that since he was a kid. He's still probably the biggest Wing Commander fan in history. And there's nobody who wants to see a new Wing Commander more than Ben Lesnick. And if you talk with him about it, he will tell you they have approached him multiple times with ideas for Wing Commander. They're like, hey, you're a huge fan. What do we think about we doing this? And Ben Lesnick always said no, because it was like, hey, Wing Commander is great. Universe is great. How about we make a battle royale in Wing Commander? And Ben Lesnick was like, are you high? No, just make Wing Commanders. People will buy Wing Commander. Make Wing Commander games. That wasn't EA Santa Monica, though, who did that of Boy. That was Santa Monica team for Sony, right? Motive, thank you. That's the name of it. Thank you, Bishop. They've changed their name a lot. It used Motive. It was DICE Santa Monica. It was EA Santa Monica. I guess they're now just Motive, right? Yeah, the Motive team. I don't know if this reaches to anyone in Motive. Fucking fight for Wing Commander. You can get it, and you'd make a fucking good game. You'd make an amazing Wing Commander. Just bring Ben Lesnick on as a like an advisor, but you'd make an amazing Wing Commander. I'd buy that shit instantly. A Wing Commander reboot would be a fantastic idea. And I know, people hate reboots, but bring Henry Cavill on. Have Henry Cavill play Blue Hair. Play Blair, you know? Fucking, he would do it. He would fucking do it. Yeah, Motive would revive that franchise like crazy. He might be busy with GW. He's a producer. I mean, like, as an actor, you know. And EA could still do their DLC nonsense. They could do different, like, skins for the various ships and so on and so forth. Like, they could do all the things they normally do with these sorts of things. But, yeah. And I know people are like, no. But it's like, you have to do that with EA. Otherwise, they'll never take it. If they don't think they can make $1 billion off of it, they'll tell you to go fly a kite. Fishy, what I'm saying is if they gave it to Motive, it would be fantastic. Motive is, it's like Respawn, how everyone fucking shat on Respawn until not so much Titanfall, until Apex Legends, and then Jedi Fallen Order came out, everyone was like, Respawn. Like, these are the people who made Modern Warfare. These are the people who made Call of Duty what it is. Let them, just give them the freedom and they'll do it for you. They will save your ass. Motive is the same way. There's a bunch of skilled, highly motivated, talented game developers who have never been given anything but shovelware and support. They made Squadrons, and it's a good game. I know that the online support is wavering because it's mostly an online game. It's a good single-player game. It feels like a fucking Star Wars game. The only team at EA who could do Wing Commander justice is Motive. Because they already know those folks at Motive. They've worked with them before, and they already have an IP that's literally doing nothing. They're doing nothing with Wing Commander. If Squadron 42 does well enough, it will gain the attention of a lot of other studios. And the studios will look in their back catalog and see what they got. And EA will go, Wing Commander. Literally Chris Roberts' baby. And who's the only team they have who's done a like fighter-based like space game? Motive. It's literally the only team they have that's done this. They're perfectly designed for it. They're in the perfect position for something like that. But they didn't do that with Squadrons. EA let Motive go with Squadrons, and they were the ones who designed the space battles for DICE's Battlefront. Anyways, we're going to get to, I've been already talking for 3 hours about nonsense. I'm going to get some water so my voice doesn't blow out, and then we're going to do the Squad 42 monthly report. This is what I mean when I say sometimes we go off on other things. But I think Wing Commander is a approachable, not approachable, it's a acceptable segue when you talk about Star Citizen. Sorry about that. Took me a little bit longer. Did I forget to turn it on? I forgot to turn it on. Sorry, y'all. Distress bacon. Yes, I know, I know. And no fun. All right. Try everything here. Give me 2 seconds. All right, I'm going to use Squadron 42. Find where that is. See if I can find it here. There, you got music on for a little bit. It sounds on for a little bit. I don't think it's working properly here. I don't think it's on there. That's why. Sound alerts are on here, though. Yes, Squad 42 monthly report. All right. Is that too loud, or are we good? I turn it down a little bit more, too. It looks okay with my mic, but I just want to make sure. We good? Audio okay? This is Squadron 42 soundtrack, by the way, y'all. Chad, I do need your input on this one, because I can't tell if the music is too loud or not. I mean, I can talk and hear myself, but I can't tell if my audio is high enough. Audio's okay. All right. That was not what I wanted. There we go. All right, starting the recording in 3. Otherwise, it's good. All right, just to make sure I'm just towards there.
Good
Okay, so for those of you who haven't experienced this before, I am going to be talking to the camera. This is going to be for a YouTube video mostly. It's just uninterrupted me talking about Squadron 42 monthly report. If you have any questions or comments that you want me to respond to, make sure you leave it towards after I'm done. You can feel free to chat and talk about stuff in the chat as well. That's okay. But with that being said, let's get started. 3, 2, 1.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Hello and welcome to a capsule. I almost forgot what I said to do because the music is new. Capsule. This is a small section of my office hours live stream where we talk about Star Citizen and Squadron 42. This, as you can hear from the music, I'm going to try to use these more often, is Squadron 42 monthly report for April 2023. This is only a small section of my office hours live stream. These folks here are in chat. You can hear this right now. You can see them in chat. They're live. We're live usually on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is, I want to say, 5 p.m. Pacific. Come join us live, where we talk about the latest news, lore, all sorts of things. You can ask me questions. It's just kind of a sit back, chill, and talk about the game and kind of catch up on some of the stuff. Without any further ado, though, let's get started on this. Remember, if you enjoy this content, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe, and hit the little bell icon to be notified when these are released. And as always, this is not a summary. This is a full read-through entirely from front to back. There's nothing wrong with summaries. Summaries are fantastic. But you're going to lose some nuance. You're going to lose some context when you listen to a summary because you're relying on the person who's doing the summary to interpret that context. So I will give my own interpretation for some of these things coming through because I've been doing this for several months now. So I can kind of see patterns that CIG does with these. But I always suggest you reading it yourself if you have a chance to, especially if something interests you to kind of pull some stuff out. Because I could gloss over things which are very important or any things you may enjoy. Without any further ado, though, let's get started with April 2023 Squadron 42 monthly report. All right. AI content. In April, the AI content team continued to refine behaviors, improve animations, and develop new features. This involved further work on the sleep and bed relaxation behaviors, which received improved animations. They also polished the various leisure animations that allow characters to watch TV and use the MobiGlas on bunk beds. And then bone down a little bit more. A basic security guard was implemented to patrol the Stanton and Shubin station, which will be iterated on over the coming month. This was updated to rotate between the Tinker Bench and firing range for a more realistic flow. Interesting. So a lot of leisure activities, a lot of stuff. For those of you who don't know, a lot of the actions with Squadron 42, at least a third of the game, it just takes place in non-combat, social situations. You're walking around the Stanton, you're walking around the Shubin mining stations, you're interacting with the locals. If you've played Chris Roberts' former games like Wing Commander, you know that like the whole socialization in the bar thing, we're going to see a lot of that with Squadron. So a lot of these things are important to kind of add that realism, that immersion into the game. For the deck crew, AI content updated the diagnostic cart, which allowed AI to push the trolley up around a Gladius and interact with the console at various points. They also added new scooch animations and created blockout animations for the personnel carrier, including the enter and exit animations for the driver, co-pilot, and back seats. What? That sounds like an APC. Personnel carrier, driver, co-pilot, and back seats? That's a new vehicle. Okay. That's surprising. I was not expecting a new vehicle confirmation from the Squadron 42 monthly report. Development of the Fight Club and character locomotion continued, with various animation improvements being introduced. For example, the team polished the bouncer animations for the club entrance and improved AI animations for characters in severe pain. Additionally, set up a new locomotion set for the junkie and tired characters, which adds variety to the visual interest. That's likely for some of the other things, maybe Shubin Station or other locations, more of a seedy area for fight clubs. Various AI blockout animations for janitorial tasks were created, such as placing and using bucket and mop. AI content also made significant progress on the janitor's workflow, with design animation working closely together. Design animation. AI content added variation to the trolley artwork, moving away from the white box version. Further expansion was planned too. They're currently looking to prevent trolley popping and improve box placement in the hangar for a more realistic and less robotic feel. It's not bad. Chat's already saying KP duty if you screw up a mission. I think that would be funny. AI features. Last month, AI features progressed with characters using sniper rifles, creating a prototype behavior that allows them to fire from low cover. Okay. This uses a new Overwatch trait, the new Overwatch trait and behavior flow. That's a new feature. It's kind of a tag, or I guess the trait system is what they're calling it, where they can add traits to each individual NPC. You can have things like Pusher, Overwatch, Gunner, Berserk. There's different traits you can give to various AI, and then give them specialized weapons as well. So you could have an Overwatch who doesn't use a rifle, but the idea being AI can stand back and snipe at you, so you have to deal with them. They also continued to work on melee combat behaviors for specific encounter, including synchronized attacks between the player and enemy. This utilizes locomotion that allows the enemy to close in on a player and duck and dive around them when getting ready to attack. Dark Souls. I said it before, I'll say it again. They are freaking Dark Soulsing this game. We actually know who it is, too. It's the Screaming Galsons who you're going to have to fight with melee, because they've talked about unique melee weapons from the Screaming Galsons, so. AI feature also continued to support weapon usage from the transporter entities, which refers to anything an NPC can ride. AI social work progressed too, with the team creating a four-legged creature that players can pet. That's the dog. It could be a cat. But they mentioned work on the dog has already started last month. So I'm fairly confident in saying you can pet the dog in Squadron 42. I'm using my psychic abilities to predict that in whenever this game comes out. In 15 years, whatever. So it's already better than the latest Zelda game, which you cannot pet the dog in that game, so. Just saying. AI tech. Last month, AI tech progressed with navigation and movement system features. They also completed tasks for the navigation cost area modifier, which will mark specific areas and increase or decrease the cost of paths that go through them. This will influence which paths NPCs or ground vehicles choose. Alongside polishing and providing feedback on the feature, a way for entity tags to influence cost area was implemented. That's the thing we're talking about with tags, entity tags, traits, I think, as well. The influence cost area was each group of AI has a cost. They have like a points value. And then they have to spend those points to do certain actions. And some of them have unique traits that allow them to do those actions for free, not cost any points. But as a result, there's a certain number of actions they can do at any given time they can choose from. And their entity tags will influence that choice, which allows them to be more diverse and more unique. So, for example, a location with fire will have a high cost for a normal NPC to ensure they avoid it. However, the same area will have lower cost for NPCs wearing fire protection. Yeah, this is something they talked about in the last monthly report. Being able that if an area has a higher hazardous area, they'll have a cost for doing that. And sometimes they'll choose to go to that cost, but only if they have that amount of points. Work also began on ground vehicle collision avoidance, which involved updating the system to support both vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-NPC avoidance. This required unifying how agents are separated. Previously, they were separated by agent type, medium characters, large vehicles, etc. Now, all agent types with different avoidance radiuses and rules are processed together, providing they are in the same navigation volume. This is exactly the same from the Star Citizen 1. Basically, NPCs will try to avoid you no matter what. They're using the same kind of, the same logic, the same idea, the same process. AI Tech updated behavior and tactical point system requests relating to transit. They also cleaned up and optimized transit in the movement system, which involved updating pause movement functionality logic used when running navigation link logic. Now it will only pause the movement request at that moment, and all follow requests will be processed. On the AI tool side, improvements and optimizations were made to the usable coordinator. The team also extended the debug AI tools, most notably adding a visualizer for testing tactical point system requests. That's the point system we talked about before. So, AI vehicle features. The AI vehicle feature team completed the new fighter combat AI flow design and can now play against NPCs with a reasonable variety of behaviors. They recently moved into testing and tweaking, though they'll continue to further modify behaviors based on various character traits. For example, making them more aggressive or cautious, which results in visible differences in NPC behavior. This will be the AI vehicles features team focus in the coming months. So they're basically taking the traits system that they developed, the tag and traits system they developed for the NPCs for AI for FPS, and they're attaching that to pilots, to AI controlling ships, which is nice. So you'll see more aggressive fighters versus more passive fighters. You might see Overwatch fighters where they kind of stay back and try to snipe you from combat, and so it'll diversify combat up a little bit much. And it'll be nice to see them unify those sorts of behaviors. Last month, the animation team worked on Spec Ops and Screaming Galson's NPCs, the Vandal melee combat, and the civilian walk animations. They also created blockouts for blanket use in beds, the janitor and carrier personnel. That's that carrier personnel again. Then animations were added for a new creature, the AI searching behavior, weapon customization, the player chow line, players using locker doors, and more. Mocap session was held to capture assets needed for coming month. 2 further sessions were also planned, one with a single actor and one with two to capture various combat data. On the facial side, the team processed a large number of selects for episode 1, quality controlling and captured data so the rest of the team can start working on it. Okay. So yeah, that carrier personnel was mentioned again, AI searching behavior, weapon customization and player chow line behaviors. So just adding more animations to a lot of this stuff, so. All right, engine. I am not a Starfleet engineer. I am not an engine seer. I am not a Covenant engineer. I do not know the whispers of the machine spirit. I cannot turn rocks into replicators. I am but me. I am simple, squishy, flat-brained Paul. All right? I don't know what the hell these people are saying half the time. So I will read it, and I will kind of go over it a little bit. And this is going to be the same stuff that was over the last month for Squadron or for Star Citizen, which should be out already by the time you're watching this after the fact. But I'm still going to go over it and do my best to try to explain it. But if you know what they're saying, comments below. Translate it for us, please. Thank you. Last month, the core engine team ironed out tech developed over the last few months, readying it to be integrated into the main development stream. This includes testing the new P4K format, which will speed up the game's startup. When the QA is finished, the engine team will begin integrating it into the main development stream and enable it for all of the departments. The new internal code build system, StarBuild, is in the final stages of having Linux compilation enabled. Afterward, the team will start to roll this out internally. For memory management, the engine team are continuing to develop an internal loop to better analyze memory usage, and later reduce the memory usage of the game. For the Gen 12 renderer, the team ported the last remaining legacy rendering features to the new API. They also began deleting the no longer needed legacy code. So they're cleaning up the code and adding more stuff for the Gen 12 renderer. Improvements to the streaming systems began. First, the team simplified logic to update their per-instance streaming data, which will leave less code to maintain. Additionally, they began moving more streaming logic away from the main thread to background workers. This affects the frame time less and streams objects much faster. Work was also done on the generic shape system, with the current focus on the editor to allow designers to set up multiple subsegments. To improve entity areas, significant code work was done to ensure consistent and non-duplicate enter-leave events were sent in all cases. The entity lifetime system was also updated to allow the designers to specify areas with very different rules. For example, adding aggressive cleanup to areas where gameplay is important, like hangars. Various bug fixes and optimizations were completed too. The physics team added winch support to the rope system, which allows them to switch between fixed and pulley attachments. Geometry parts are now assigned to a unique ID to enable them to be queried by name. As a side effect, this puts more requirements on debug names, which will make them more expensive and globally unique. Additionally, the individual physical collision of geometry parts can be disabled. Excuse me. Improvements were also made to physically based wheeled vehicles on how they handle contact with hard surfaces. A new specialized AABB tree was introduced for use with signed distance fields, which favors a fast tree generation speed at the cost of slower culling code. Lastly, various bug fixes and optimizations were done. So there's a lot of stuff in there. Rope system improvements. They've talked about this before, where they're trying to make sure that wheeled vehicles handle differently on different surfaces. They're based off of gravity. Gen 12 renderer cleanup. Star build is getting some compilation stuff. So P4K mode format. So a lot of cool stuff. Mostly kind of optimization such. Features gameplay. Last month, the gameplay features team continued working on the new MobiGlas apps, including the ship status, home screen widget, notifications, and collectible screens. Now that's funny because Todd Pappy, as of today, this recording, specifically looked at the camera and said, "I hope the MobiGlas burns in hell, burns in a fire, burns up, just destroyed. The new current MobiGlas sucks," because he knows this has been worked on. They also revisited the character customizer to add the next layers of functionality, including face sculpting and implemented usability feedback. I know a lot of people complained about the current system for character customization. They're obviously not finished with it, so that's kind of a little hint there. Further optimization work was completed. For example, a ship's crew can now snap to a new schedule with minimal reloading when players come back from a mission or time has passed via sleep. Track view received improved playback threads both in client and in editor tool 2. A new way to animate light volumes was added. Turn down this volume a little bit more. I may not be able to use this. This soundtrack is a little over epic. A new way to animate light volumes was added. Now the team can turn groups of lights on or off using planar, radial, or random sequences. Objective markers were also added to the star map, so they're always clamped and visible, even when off-screen or merging with another entity. The drone vehicle remote control interface was further iterated on it too. That's a lot of good stuff. So we know that new MobiGlas is getting in. We're seeing character customizer. We're seeing optimization work. We're seeing light volumes, objective markers, and drone work, drone vehicle control. It's something they've been talking about and been hinting at for a while, of remote controlling of something. And we've always thought it was drones, and this is the first time to, yeah, they're working on drones. So. Also star map work specifically. So there's a lot of mentions in this monthly report of star map. So features vehicle. Last month, the vehicle features team progressed with various UI features. As part of this, the multifunction display MFD system now supports comm calls, which was completed for the wider company to use when playing the game. This involved completing the aspects needed to play through the game with the new MFDs, fixing notable bugs, and creating documentation to help testers. This is just about complete now, so we'll move on to implementing more MFD views, such as scanning radar screen and IFCS system select. Vehicle feature team. That's big, because if it's finished with Squadron 42, then that system is probably going to be ported over to Star Citizen soon. The new vehicle heads-up display, HUD, is nearing completion. Further iteration is underway on the new visual layout, though it's largely functional and widely in use. This work also extended the turret UI to the turret UI, which received new visuals and functionality to improve the overall experience. So the new HUD for vehicles is being worked on. Vehicle UI then supported the development of in-game markers. These tasks included added radar contact markers to vehicles, mission objectives, and quantum destinations. As this encompasses several different systems, the main goal is to ensure that the intended flow through the game's levels is clearly communicated. Away from UI, vehicle features finished the wingman commands mentioned in last month's report. This led to various design changes, including the addition of commands to help players manage their wingmen correctly. They also implemented AI tasking to enable the wingman to follow directions. Supporting character dialogue is currently underway. Wingman control was always going to be something in Squadron 42, and likely will make its way into Star Citizen in some way, shape, or form. Control surfaces were further developed this last month, specifically autopilot. This requires a custom autopilot setup that behaves differently to thruster flight, as control surfaces are highly dynamic and the new flight model varies greatly depending on the atmospheric conditions. That's a big confirmation that atmospheric conditions will be a thing. Likely the different levels of atmosphere, so how thick the atmosphere is, as well as possibly storms or other atmospheric interference. That seems, the former is almost certainly. The latter is a speculation on my part. This new control mechanism flies the ship in a similar way to real-life fly-by-wire systems. Last month it was heavily tested and is currently nearing completion. I'm going to kind of take a bold stab and say I think we're going to see control surfaces added to the game before the end of the year. They seem to be very close to getting those done. Probably see more of this being wrapped up in Squadron 42 by July, August. So. Gameplay story. Following on from last month, Gameplay Story began in April, creating another series of animations for the Gladius deck crew. For this, they reused various assets from the first series and adjusted skeleton animations and distances. After this, they progressed with minor updates across a wide range of scenes, including updating 20 scenes with either new poses, prop updates, start-end times, or general polish and maintenance. All of this was a considerable body of work, and it felt great to accomplish so many updates. Gameplay story. A new scene was also implemented into Chapter 4, and significant updates were made to several scenes using new motion capture. Finally, Gameplay Story began discussing scenes in Chapter 19 that had not previously received much attention. Very cool. So it looks like, the big thing after this progressed with the minor updates, a wide range of scenes, including 20 scenes. That's a lot. We don't know exactly how many scenes are in a typical cutscene for a typical mission, but we know based off of the vertical slice, there was, I think, 3, maybe 4 total cutscenes that we saw. So if we're talking 20 scenes, and using that as a base, let's just say 5. That means it's 4 entire chapters being done in a month. That's pretty big. No wonder they're saying, hey, it's a lot of work. Graphics and VFX programming. Last month, the graphics team worked towards enhancing the game's realism, functionality, and developer workflow with a range of long-awaited features and upgrades. For example, streaming locally compiled skin meshes is now possible, which provides a much quicker loading and replication of the release build. The editor also received a new HUD feature that indicates when resources are being compiled. That's good. Faster iteration. Water volume fine-tuning began for use on planets, specifically with atmospheric and fog volumes. These integrations were part of Q2 water deliverables, which can include water ripple simulations for all bodies of water, even down to puddles. A series of performance and compatibility improvements were made to the core renderer. This includes a removal of some legacy CPU to GPU buffer management synchronization, which could cause hangs in NVIDIA drivers. The team also began moving volumetric fog and gas clouds to Vulkan. They're currently looking to enable the feature following essential compatibility, functionality, and visual quality control fixes. Vulkan is another one of those things that seems to be well on its way to being done by the end of the year. Maybe not 320, but possibly 4.0. So we probably won't see it like fully integrated until early next year, but we'll have to see. The UI tech and graphics teams made considerable progress on the interior map. That's the map for inside ships and stations and such that they're using just the actual engine to render rather than having to pre-create each one. Last month, the map's core visual features were completed, with the current focus on performance improvements and polycount optimization. A temporal super resolution prototype was integrated too, paving the way for improved resolution and clarity across wider game. For the ongoing development of Fire Tech, a new shared resource manager is now efficiently manages 3D texture data across multiple fire emitters associated with a single voxel grid. As part of this, the voxel grid received several important bug fixes, including one for an out-of-bounds issue caused by discrepancies between the iteration and preliminary code. This fix ensures accurate and consistent rendering of voxel-based elements within the game. Interesting. A lot of this stuff is Squad 42 as well. Yeah, his chat's saying the Vulkan API, not the ship. The Vulkan API being the important one. It's the big optimization renderer thing that they'd be working on, so... Narrative. Last month, Narrative began sweeping through scripts for more, because, janitor gameplay has been worked on, or janitor NPCs have been worked on, through scripts for the entire game to ensure they're still in line with the latest playthroughs. They also prepared a number of mocap shoots to pick up additional content that was called out, which has led to scripting, capturing placeholder recorders, and testing material to see if the content is ready to be captured. Outside of scenes, Narrative captured wildlines sets for various gangs that players will encounter in both FPS and flight synchronization of the campaign. They also captured wildlines for population NPCs, known internally as red shirts. Why, CIG? They're not just clones to me, CIG. They're not just clones to me. They're not disposable. I'm gonna save all of them. Oh, and CIG's in here because it amuses us so. Thank you, CIG. I can see a playthrough. Challenge. Can you beat Squadron 42 without getting any NPC, any red shirts killed? Who utilizes dynamic conversation content to fill in gaps between the silent masses and the scripted characters? Yes! Yes! Oh, God. Yes! Oh. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for that to be put into the game. It's going to add so much more life when you see dynamic conversations between NPCs about just random stuff that's going on in their lives. That's so awesome. Good. Kudos. That can't come into Star Citizen fast enough, to be honest. Away from scripts and performances, the team started working through the vast amount of text that players will encounter. This includes everything from the moment-to-moment mission objectives, after-action reports, and summaries the player's performance in the mission, environmental narrative, i.e. messages on terminals, and Galactopedia entries. Oh, they're going to add the Galactopedia to Squad 42. That's cool. All right. That's a big announcement there. We knew the Galactopedia was going to be Star Citizen, not necessarily Squadron 42, so... In April, Tech Animation made significant progress on head asset processing This involved developing a semi-automated system that not only reduced turnaround time, but also improved asset quality. The team also continued with DNA integrations, collaborating closely with other teams to integrate their data with the rest of the codebase. Support also continued for the various feature teams. Almost done here. The UI team spent part of April on the visual overhaul of the radio menus and the weapon attachment screen. Starting from existing functionality, they created concept art to see how they could make the screens appear next-gen. Then they created in-game prototypes using building blocks to prove that 3D effects were achievable. The remaining task to connect the prototypes to the game data and get them working with the various screen sets. UI continued to work alongside the vehicle team to tweak the layout of vehicle HUDs based on feedback from game directors' playthroughs. Last month, tweaks included adding a visually improved pitch ladder. They also updated visuals for some of the weapon screens and created some interesting concepts for use towards the end of the campaign. UI Tech kicked off the work on the new interior and mini-map. This is another large cross-team initiative that will ultimately improve the overall gameplay experience. And for anybody who gets really, really upset about that sort of thing, the big key the big key for this is being able to see where you are in perspective of where you are. So if you're on an Idris, you should know the general layout of where you are. If you're on a well-known landing zone, you should know the general layout of where you are. This is likely not going to give you God mode on everywhere you are, everywhere you're going to. So if you're in the middle of nowhere, you're not going to see the layout of all of the areas around you unless you have some sort of scanning or other thing to kind of support you. So it adds kind of a help so you can see where you're supposed to go, but also allows for possible gameplay additions for things like being able to expand the map, clear the fog of war of your own mini-map with some meaningful changes. They've already talked about the ping system they showed off in Squadron 42, or in the CitizenCon last year. So VFX. Last month, the VFX team continued to provide effects to support several locations. Work also continued on a particularly complex destruction sequence, which has been quite challenging to complete due to the sheer physical size of it. What size? How big are we talking? Are we talking Idris sized? No, we already have Idris sized explosions. Are we talking Javelin size? No, we already have Javelin sized explosions. Are we talking Bengal sized explosions? Maybe. Kingship sized explosions? Retribution sized explosions? The possibilities are endless, literally endless. Finally, the team began to focus on weapon effects. This is a cross-project task to improve the overall quality and consistency of weapons VFX across Squadron 52 and the PU. It also support new gameplay requirements, including damage and wear. That's pretty cool. So, there's some big stuff in here. Weapon and damage wear. We're seeing new HUDs, MFDs being worked on, mini-maps being updated, DNA team being updated, like the new character module, like facial sculpting. Narrative is bringing in big things like Galactopedia. It's a big thing that Galactopedia is being added to the game, as well as like dynamic conversations going on, wild lines being picked up, a lot of mocap, a lot of heavy scenes getting through stuff, water stuff, gas and volumetric cloud stuff, Vulcan updated. Like I said, MFD and UI. There's a lot of UI in the new HUD system for the ships. The red shirts. Let's see. drones announcements, mocap for a lot of things, including carrier personnel. There's a confirmation of a carrier vehicle of some kind, a personnel carrier vehicle of some kind with a driver, co-driver, and seats where people can get out of. Maybe a armored personnel carrier of some kind. Almost certainly this is a confirmation of some sort of armored personnel carrier, like an APC or IFV of some kind. Possibly just like a work-based one. Maybe just like an updated Ursa sort of thing. Hard to tell, but there's almost certainly a ground vehicle that's been mentioned here that we haven't seen, because they would have said something like the Ursa being used for such. They usually say those sorts of things. So this is almost a subtle indication that there's another ground vehicle that's in Squadron 42 that we haven't seen yet. Lots of stuff for the AI stuff. The AI is now going to become more dynamic in flight. They're going to have the tag system, the trait system is going to be added to the flight characteristics of AI, so they'll be more aggressive or more standoffish. They'll have different various behaviors for that. We also see... what was that? Oh, melee behaviors. Melee combat by NPCs, as well as sniper rifle, like NPC behavior. A fight club. We see the goodest boys being able to be petted in Star Citizen. And patrols and bad behaviors, more kind of idle social behaviors. There's a lot of stuff in here, a lot of pretty meaty stuff when you're talking about this stuff, especially the UI, the HUD, that backdoor confirmation of an APC they're working on, and the whole dynamic social stuff. There's a lot of heavy emphasis on social and more of the immersion factor this month, it seems like, with some other stuff as well. That was Squadron 42's monthly report for April 2023. As always, I'd like to hear your thoughts down below in the comments. Please let me know. Do you like this content? Do you not? Are you excited for this? Do you think this is a good sign? Is there anything in here that really stands out to you or anything that concerns you? Let me know in the comments below. And as always, come join us live at Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. I'd love to see you there. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.
Everyone. Good news, everyone.
I'm not going to use that ever again. It was so difficult to do. I have to find some other kind of background music that'll work for it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh yeah, I gotta turn that on again.
Weapons free, y'all.
You should be able to see the sound alert should be working now.
Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
Y'all hearing it? Because I'm not hearing it myself. Were you guys playing it when I was doing stuff? You weren't. Good. You held your... One person did something. Because I can't hear it on my end. That's the only way I could get it to work. The information on all the cutscenes was a promising work, yeah. It will definitely be in the recording. How about some light jazz? I mean, I could. I'm not going to put it up now, but like, let's see if I can put up... There you go. You can hear it on Twitch? Okay. How you doing there, Sea Daddy? Hopefully you're getting a good weekend.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Hey, E-Money. I was elected to lead, not to read. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, apparently you cannot pet the dog. Sad. No, you can't pet him in Tears of the Kingdom. I just saw it. I saw it. You cannot pet the dogs in Tears of the Kingdom. Chill Hop is copyright though. This is YouTube, or this is Pretzel Rocks. Fantastic free service. You can pay for them too, which I do. Allows you to basically get free and curated stuff. This is just their chill tracks. It's got, to give you context, they have 87 hours of this type of music. So if you wanted to just put on music and never hear another, like a repeated song, you could. That's why it's Tears of the Kingdom. You can't pet the dog. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big problem. My latest, what's the patch? I used the same song I used before. And I don't know if I actually had the license to it because they said you could license it if you had this link. And I put that link in there and they copyright claimed it. And I'm like, can I not use that twice? Because it didn't say you couldn't use it twice in two different videos. Yeah. Can you pet the dog? Yeah, they that was the same one I saw where I saw it too. You can't pet on it. He's a good boy and he wants you to pet them, but you can't pet him. It's the exact same engine. I wonder why they removed it. It's probably a bug, honestly, Shiny. It's probably a bug. You're probably supposed to, because the way that the dog does the animations, where he's like, it's almost like he is being pet, but like, you know, like you're rubbing his belly and stuff like that. But so 3.19 goes live next week. We won't have another patch till October. I don't think we will. We may see a 3.19.1 in say like August, and similar to like 3.17.2 last year. But we're almost certainly not going to see a 3.20 until the end of October. Game released incomplete. You can't pet the dog. Yeah. 10 out of 10 reviews were lies. My disappointment is immeasurable. About the dog or about ILW? But Paul, I need my whole scene now. You won't get it until October. I mean, we'll almost certainly see a 319.1, which will improve upon it and stuff like that. And it'll probably come out in like June or July. But, and probably 319 too. But I don't think we'll see content drops with those.
You wanna dance?
Kemi! Welcome everyone from Kemi Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker1, Batman Shelly. Welcome to the Office Hours. This is our chill hangout, talk about Star Citizen, talk about lore. And Omega, it's not that you won't need a mod to pet the dog in Squadron 42, because they just confirmed you can pet the dog in Squadron 42. They talked about adding dog animations last month, and now you can pet four-legged friend on ship. You can pet the dog in Squadron 42. I told them last month, there is a right answer to this, CIG. Do not fuck it up. And the answer was answered, we are not fucking this up. I'm like, thank you. Instead I throw, do not. If you can find it. I'll be back up here. Do this. There it is. AI social work progressed too, with the team creating a four-legged creature that players can pet. Do not call me a liar. Oh, then what's this Tears of the Kingdom thing you say where you can't pet the dog there? There's going to be a dog petting mod for that then. Yes, almost certainly. The most popular mod in Squadron 42 is going to be the one that can change the dog from whatever it is to whatever breed you want. There's going to be so many people who will be like, there's a right answer for if the Stanton survives or not. Because if the Stanton dies and then you killed that dog and you are never coming back from that. Like I said, there's going to be some interesting interactions, I think, because of the way that Star Citizen or Squad 42 is being developed. It's very interesting. It also feels weird because I do feel like I'm the only crazy person screaming out into the woods. Tell me if I'm wrong. Do you know of other people who cover Squadron 42 like this? Like go through and analyze everything? Hey, Lavin, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. How's it going? No one except the lore team. Does Tomato do the like monthly Squadron updates as well? I know he does the Star Citizen stuff. I bet you know most of y'all didn't know there was a dog in Squadron 42. We haven't seen them in a long time, so thanks, Astro. Thank you for coming in, though, bro. It could be a cat, but they mentioned a dog last Squadron 42 month report, and they mentioned four-legged creature the players can pet in this one. Could be cat. Is Squadron 42 the Starfield killer? Not even the same like genre. It's like asking if Jedi, or if the new Mass Effect remake or the new Mass Effect game that's coming out is the Jedi, you know, survivor killer, the Star Wars Jedi game killer. It's like, what? What is very important to this game is it provides clear narrative in what they're doing in the universe. Yep. Is ME4 Mass Effect 4 this Jedi survivor killer? Yeah. Chip's dogs and Chip's cats have been traditions for a while. Both of them have. I almost certainly will see a Chip's cat at some point. You, sir, are a true gentleman and a scholar. How you doing there, Monty? Starfield, I don't think is going to suck, but it's going to be buggy at release. I plan on covering it. I plan on doing full lore dives into it and looking into it and doing crazy shit like that because I like it and I'm interested in it. It's a Bethesda game and they usually do a really good job with their lore. So, I mean, yeah, we already have alien pets. We've got the crab. We've got some of the fish. They're all alien technically. More crazy alien pets, probably at some point. What am I playing next? Playing Star Citizen? Probably Sunday. But we'll see. I'm trying to kind of ease off the pedal when it comes to playing the game right now. I'm trying to just kind of wait until 3.19 comes out, because then I'll probably play a lot more, since I'm more certain that there won't be as many wipes. I've been playing 3.19, so I just haven't been playing it on stream. There's not another wipe coming, but there's been fears of another wipe coming, possibly. Final question. Is Star Citizen the Star Citizen killer? Yes. Or is SC? Is StarCraft the Star Citizen killer? Yes. What do you think will be the next capital class ship released in the game? Not the whole sea. That's easy. The Polaris. We know the Polaris is going to be the next capital class after the whole sea. Any thoughts on what the heck's going on with these poor performing releases from AAA companies? Making video games is fucking hard, and time crunches are a bitch. That's what it is. It's just really difficult to make video games and to test them on every hardware.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you
No, we're not seeing the players this year. We'll see an update for it, but
take away my space game.
Driz TD0 Erden just resubscribed for 4 months.
hey, Dritz Durden. That's a series I haven't read in a long time. Thank you for that 4 months of support. I remember when that was the most popular D&D thing of all time. God, it's so weird thinking the Faerun is not the hot shit in D&D anymore. How you doing, Dritz? Good to see you again. Another longtime viewer of the pub. Yeah, well, Forgotten Realms is the default, but like Dritz, come on, Dritz Jordan, the what are they called? They're not called Dark Elves anymore. They're called the name of them. The Drow. The Drow who escaped the Underdark and is now good. He's a Drow Ranger, isn't he? Multi-class Ranger Rogue. Yeah, I read the first couple books when they came out, or not when they came out, like a while ago, like 10 years ago. Two-weapon fighting ranger, and he had a familiar. He had a Black Panther, didn't he? A Panther familiar, or like a Black Cat familiar. He was by far and away the most popular like character in D&D for a long time. They even had like pre-made versions of Dritz in 4th edition that you could play. Yeah, I remember he came from the magical statue, right? I am not as good with my feet as I am with my arms, but I'm pretty good with my arms. Gwen, yeah. Well, it's because he was an evil character who bucked the evil trend. He was from an evil race and was proving that the races aren't evil. They're just it's just what they're like. Their culture has been kind of adapted to. A black sheep. He was an edgelord before edgelording was a thing. I guess to a degree. He was more of a Mary Sue because he was just super overpowered. If I remember correctly, he made friends with a dwarf, which was the first thing he made friends with. And it was a really uneasy thing. And then was it a Goliath that he made friends with? The elves who liked him a little bit, but they were kind of like, they're kind of iffy about him. Barbarian. Human barbarian, yeah. Brunner. Bornor was the dwarf, wasn't he? He wasn't a Dwemer, or not a Dwemer, whatever, the dark dwarves, but he was a hill dwarf, yeah. I remember that. I remember when they floated the idea of a D&D movie, a lot of people like Dritz. Because the only other popular D&D franchise was Dragonlance, and that was driven into the ground. I mean, I'd hope to see more Star Citizen-based board games and art role plays. Star Citizen is a great fertile grounds for a role-playing game because it's got a lot of background. It's already a video game, so you can adapt a lot of the video game logic. For instance, the point buy system they use for NPCs, you could modify that for a tabletop, where a GM has a certain number of points per encounter, and they can spend those points in certain actions, which can then attack the players. That's a brilliant way of dealing with like kind of a DMing sort of thing, because a lot of that stuff is literally the same kind of logic you'd use in a tabletop RPG. Tunnels and Trolls got picked up by Rebellion today. Oh, nice. I remember that, yeah. I was at book 2 or 3 when book 1 ended when he escaped the Underdark. Book 2 is when he met Browner, and then they rescued her from the caravan raid, and raised her as his daughter. Wasn't there a story about her as she grew up? Like, she had red hair, didn't she? She was like a red-haired ranger. Tunnels and Trolls. Yeah. I mean, like a boxed board game, you could easily do the original Star Citizen Trading, which is actually a board game itself called Space Traders. Cat Bree? No, she was a rogue. Okay. Is that her name? I forgot who it is. It's been so long since I read the books. Catty Bree. Okay. That's one of those things where talking about that sort of thing is weird because it's like this was before or around the same time as things like the Halo books got pretty popular. This is after the Star Wars novels really had already kind of had taken their like they had gone up and down at that point. When did it come out? The first Drizzt book. By R.A. Salvatore, yeah. 1990 was when the first book came out. Now, I didn't read it in 1990. I read it in the 2000s. So I know I read it well after it had already gotten started. It was Homeland, Exile, Sojourn. And then the original ones he was in, The Crystal Shard, was the first book, and then they went back and he did his original stories. The Halfling's Gem, Starless Night. I remember reading Homeland, Exile, and Sojourn. Those are the ones I remember reading. Looks like the last book came out, yeah, in like 98. 99. No. No, it looks like the series went on until 2009. No, they had 2018, 2020. There was a Drizzt novel written in 2020. There's basically a Drizzt novel written every year since 1989. Yeah, the original book was The Crystal Shard. And that was already set him up as a character in their own little party. And then they went back and did Homeland as a kind of a prequel. And then Exile was when he escaped and was living in the Underdark trying to escape his family, his mother. And then Sojourn was when he escaped the Underdark. Hey, Salvatore's wife needs shoes. I mean, if you could still do, books, like Salvatore is 64 years old, right? And if people are still reading Drizzt books, fucking write the books, my man. If you can still tell more stories, and it's Dungeons and Dragons, there's always more stories to tell. Always more stories to tell. You read the first bus ride from Calgary, Alberta to Ames, Iowa in 1998. There were already 3 trilogies, 2.5 days. Oof. Hey, Paul, a whole EQ&A. AstroPub, is this the after hours? How much? Well, we're going to be wrapping up here shortly. I've been over 4 hours. You'll be able to tractor beam attach snubs to the cargo grid for protection. Do you think the handheld tractor beam rifle will be able to attach ships to the whole sea? No. The only thing that'll be able to attach those large things will be other ships' tractor beams. Yeah, 4 hours and 37 minutes. Where's my X1 SCIG? I fucking right. I'm just glad that the Fury wasn't a fucking hover bike. I would have lost my shit if CIG decided to make another hover bike before the X1. Nice, Jaded. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's been a lot of information this last 2 weeks from CIG. I'm assuming we're going to get some more information this next Thursday before Invictus. We'll probably get some big surprises for Invictus. Has anyone seen it flying? I'm sure Tyler's flying it around in the PTU to fuck with people. The Fury is Zombie Pig. Have you played or have you watched Cowboy Bebop? Phase ship, the Red Tail. You know, the 2 giant guns, and it's like 2 arms, and it's like a kind of pod, sort of, all the pods. It's Phase ship. That's what the Fury is. It's Phase ship mixed with an X or a TIE Fighter interceptor. There's nothing like it. You're just being a contrarian at this point, Dark and Nail. It's definitely not an X-Wing. It's definitely not a TIE Fighter. That one I don't know if a Valkyrie ship. It's very similar to a Star Fury, yeah. It has a pod with like kind of an elongated, it looks like a bullet where you would strapped on 4 arms to it to shoot. Someone actually pointed out this earlier. There's like, Paul, is this just a modern version of the stiletto fighter? And I'm like, holy shit, it is fucking just the modern version of a stiletto fighter. It's almost to a T, just a modern version of the stiletto. And for those of you who don't know the stiletto is an in-lore ship that was the prequel to the Gladius. It was just a modern day capsule. It had no aerodynamic features. It was a modern day space capsule with 50 cal strapped to it. That's what it looked like. So it looks like the Fury. I mean, it's not like the TIE Interceptor because it doesn't have the 2 solid wings. Yes, it points out, but it's closer to an even the freaking Fury is more similar to an X-wing than it is a TIE fighter, because it's got 4 distinct arms that stick around it. Do you think there's a chance the Liberator will be a surprise this ILW? No. No, I don't think we're going to see the Liberator this year. I hope, but I don't think there's been no mentions of the Liberator in being worked on in any of the locations that I can find of. I don't even know if it's on the progress tracker, to be fair. Yes, it'll be flyable at Invictus, for sure. Well, so is the Idris. The Idris is also in the promos. And we know that you won't be able to walk the interiors of the Idris. I'd imagine a straight to flyable, but imagining 4 to 5 of them exiting a Herc C2, goddamn. Look, Alice. Yeah, they have mentioned the next career path. It's going to be refining and bounty hunting. Those are the 2 things they're working on next. Engineering gameplay, so multi-crew gameplay, then bounty hunting, and then refining. TIE fighters do not have any hyperdrives. That is true. I don't believe the TIE interceptors had hyperdrives either, though. But they did have shields. TIE fighters had shields? I can't remember which one had shields. I don't think the interceptors had shields. CIG do 2 things consistently. Any things terribly. They announce every single existing ship they ever plan to work on. They do. Yeah. It's not subtle. The TIE Defender had shields, right? Any words on the Legionnaire work? Nothing yet. Not that I can see. Let me look it up real quick. I think a lot of it is based off of the thruster technology that went into developing the Fury. Because for a lot of you who don't know, they're working on ways to making the alien ships more alien. And so they wanted to make the main thrusters of these alien ships also be the maneuvering thrusters for the ships. So they had to change how things were going to work, which involved possibly allowing the Freelancer to get some of its maneuverability for its wings back, to get the Cutlass some more, and of course the Legionnaire to be able to stop on a dime to be able to board things. It's the same kind of engine, like video game engine tech, as well as the engine's tech itself. So Anvil Legionnaire is on the roadmap. But it was last worked on in February of 2022 by the narrative team. So no recent work on them. It's still on there, so it's not been taken off, but there's no recent work on it. Any way to get Star Citizen to not lag so much? What do you mean by lag? Are you talking about desync? No, that's just a server issue. If you're talking about FPS drops on your side, it may be where you install the game. So if you've installed the game on, say, like a regular hard drive, that can cause major issues. You have to install Star Citizen on a SSD. CIG will never tell you that, and I've talked with them about it. They say it has something to do with like legality issues or other issues that they don't want to deal with. They can't say you have to install it on an SSD, but you have to install it on an SSD. The other important thing is having a good CPU. If you have a good CPU, not necessarily GPU, that'll improve the performance of the game a lot. That's the neat part. You don't. Those entirely two different questions. Like, lag could mean my FPS is garbage, and if your FPS is garbage, it's most likely your computer. But if it's like I shoot a ship and it's like kind of rubber bands back and forth, or I keep rubber banding back and forth out of my seat, that's probably more server issues, which is just not something they can fix right now. Again, how is it laggy? Are you moving around a lot? It's just low FPS, so everything stutters. Is it that like AIs are bouncing back and forth? Are you bouncing back and forth? How is it laggy? It stutters. That's almost certainly your FPS. If you hit the tilde button, so like this button right here, I can get it to this button right here. Hit that button and type in r_display_info1, all one word. Hit enter. It'll tell you what your FPS is in the top of your screen. And that will tell you how much FPS you're getting. Because that sounds like it's your hardware. You can also just press tab R1, yeah, but you need to have the tilde screen open first. R tab 1, yeah. Just like Hammond's back says, put up there, yeah. r_display_info1. Or Fishy put it up there. Now, if you can get out of town, if you can get out of the Lorville or out of the cities, the FPS should improve as you leave those heavily populated areas because your game is struggling to render all that stuff. Servers do matter too. If you're in a server that's more local to you, that'll help you as well, a lot. So make sure you're just picking a server that's closer to your location. It probably is your rig, honestly. This is one of the first times in Star Citizen's history that I can sit here and say it's probably you, not Star Citizen. If you're seeing a lot of stutter, check your FPS using the display info. You hit the tilde button, then you type in r_ and you can hit tab and then 1, type 1 and enter. It'll pop up your FPS and it'll tell you what your FPS is. If you're seeing your super low FPS, it's almost certainly the system you're on, because the game itself has been optimized pretty well, but it's not optimized for low-end PCs or mid-range PCs very well. So that's going to happen, but that's not for another year or so. The biggest things to just ensure are just make sure that you have have it installed in an SSD. That's probably the biggest boost you're going to get from FPS. That's the easiest way to do it. if it's only the first starting the game, it may be compiling shaders. That is also the thing. When you first boot up the game, it will chug because it's compiling all the shaders for the game at that initial moment. But after that, it should be fine. Would like to see the components get fleshed out by the end of the year and then start of next year while everyone is busy with Pyro cracking the whip on the ship team to get all the small ships, vehicles still off the shelf churned out. Man, I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't think CIG gives a shit about the small ships. There's only like 1 or 2 of them, and they just don't seem to give a fuck. They could have gotten the X1 out months ago. They just chose not to, because it's not a high priority. The Ranger, you know, they're doing some physics rework with ground vehicles, so like with ground wheeled vehicles. So I get that. That's probably just, we're waiting for that stuff to get done. But I feel like it's just it's a desire issue. It's a motivation issue. There's just no motivation for it. Shaders get put into your app data directory. So if your OS is on an HDD, the game is on an SSD, so it's still writing to the HDD. Oh, that's interesting. So it could be an issue of just if you're not using an SSD for both sides. Good to know. Man, I too would love to see the Ranger. That is my vehicle of choice. I don't care if it's overcosted. I just want my Akira bike. God damn it. Check how much RAM you have. Did you build your PC or did you buy it? You may want to check your, I think there's, page data. Is that it? Chat, help me out with this. How do you find your RAM on your PC? Pre-built? Okay. There's a way you can check it on Windows system, I think. WinSys. On the system control panel, maybe? Windows Task Manager. Okay, there we go. That's what it is. I forget what it was. I always have to look it up. Oh, that's the easy way. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's just Control-Alt-Delete. If you go under, I think it's under Performance. If you've got 32 gigabytes of RAM, you're fine. DX dialog, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. It's more than likely your SSD. Make sure you're installing it on an SSD, and also your CPU. If you've got like an i5, like, you know, 3rd, 4th generation CPU, which a lot of people I know skip out on it because you don't really worry about it that much with video games. That may be the biggest issue as well. Is clocked at the lowest speed your RAM uses? That too, yeah. FPS, yeah. Lots of hitching with FPS. That's what the issue is. Click open resource monitor for additional info. Okay. This is an interesting thought, but how do you think NPCs will react to a guy driving a G12 through town? Depends on the town. Loreville, they're gonna piss on you. They're gonna call you a rich boy or say nasty things about you. ArtCorp, Microtech, they probably were like, ooh, fancy, you know. Are E-Core still an issue with Star Citizen? That one I don't know. I don't know what the FPS is getting. He's just saying that he gets a really low FPS in cities, but just in general as well. Speak for yourself, Moondog. I get like 45 to 60 FPS in Star Citizen. I have a higher end rig, but it's not like a massively high end rig. E-cores are bad for Star Citizen? Okay. Let me see if I can find. I'll pull up the telemetry. I'll let you flex because I love you. But I know you got some help. I mean, no. CIG didn't help me build my PC. Darj helped me build my PC. But no, there's no way. Like that's again, people joke about streamers getting preferential treatment because of like streamer servers. That's not at all true. CIG could give a fuck about me or any streamer in Star Citizen. Darj did, yeah. But my point is that like my rig isn't. It's like 3 years old now. 2070, super, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM, SSDs throughout the whole damn thing. I think it's an i7 11700K. That's the big one, in terms of like what actually helps. But that's about it. From the sounds of things, Gamer for Real, does running an admin do? Yes, it can. So yeah, your graphics card doesn't matter as much as your CPU does. What your CPU is, and you can actually see that under your performance as well. That'll tell you what gigahertz your thing's working at. Like mine's like 3.6. I haven't overclocked it at all. Settings does matter a little bit, but not much. You have an i5 10600, yeah. That's a little bit better because it's more like newer. One thing is this community is not short of supply of is troubleshooting IT nerds. There are like 4 different types of people who play Star Citizen. One of them are people who are really technical. Another group of them are veterans, military veterans, and a lot of them are, and then like third of them are super flight enthusiasts, and or like immersive folks. And heavy FPS survival folks. None of those are mutually exclusive, by the way, but at one point there was a poll that was done that said something like 80% of all Star Citizen backers were technically in some sort of technically oriented field, be it IT, production, game design, or software design. There's a lot of medical folks, yeah. Are we throwing out FPS numbers without resolution context? Yes, exactly. The thing about FPS though, as well, is that FPS, your resolution doesn't seem to matter a lot in Star Citizen. And what matters more is your hardware, because I know people who have the same hardware I have, who've run Star Citizen, or similar hardware that I have, run Star Citizen at 1440K or 4K, and get the same FPS at 4K as they do at 1080. I don't know why or how that works, but resolution doesn't seem to affect as much as the hardware does. No, that's pretty good. 4.5 gigahertz, pretty good. Just if you do the Control Alt Delete, go to your task manager, go to processes, performance. It'll tell you if you have an SSD or an HDD in your disks, and also tell you the drive, like, you know, your C drive, it'll tell you if it's SSD, your D drive, your E drive, your so on and so forth drives. They'll all kind of tell you where you are, like what drive it's in. So if your game is installed in an HDD, then that may be causing some of your performance issues. Honestly, though, it's just upgraded to a 34-inch ultra-wide resolution. Has the frame rate a lot better than my previous TV monitor. Taxi driver, but I'm into flight sim since the first Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, the average age of players is 45. I wouldn't be surprised, but the average age of a gamer in modern day is like 38, because my generation, the millennials, grew up playing video games, and Xers, which are many of y'all, also grew up playing video games, kind of in that transition between arcade games and consoles and PCs. But as a result, and there are probably more millennials and Xers who play video games, but many Xers picked up video games later in life. So you have generations of millennials, Xers, millennials, and now Zoomers all playing video games. So the average age is climbing as we go along. There's plenty of baby boomers who built games and let alone played them. All right, y'all. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. Wanted to help out Gamer there to make sure everything was good. But thank you all for hanging out with us. Love your faces. I'll be back tomorrow for some Squadron. For some Captain's Table, talking with Hey, it's Nick and HC Vertigo, and we're going to talk about the playability of Star Citizen. How playable is the game? Is it a game yet? So on and so forth. My eyes are shutting now. It's just like hard for me to keep them open. But yeah, thank you all again. Love your faces. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.